What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Line of the Stars. I'm Jordan. I think Todd's in the background. I kind of saw him pop up there, maybe, possibly.
Yo!
Hey! Welcome back. It is Thursday. It is 4 o'clock my time. I barely got here as usual. I have considered going 4 o'clock, maybe a little later. But I saw some people hanging around beforehand. Dawn and Ken, Steven. How you guys doing? There's a bunch of other people watching right now. Todd, how are you today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Well, I guess today we're going to finish up the Enterprise C, a model a year in the making. Glad to get this one off the slate. Something that you and I have been talking about doing for quite a while, actually. And after getting everything set up about a month ago or so now, got all the components ready to go and ready to do the assembly. So basically today, the plan is to assemble the base for the Enterprise C, get the Enterprise put in place, and see if we can't do a fancy little touch sensor. So I finally found my capacitive sensor from Adafruit, a much nicer and better design than what we're using before. The same thing that Green Strawberry was using, and God forbid I ever have to use one of those again. And then see what else for this. I got the what is this? This is what, tinting glass or tinting film. So it's smoke. Yeah, there you go. And this is smoke black. So we're going to use this to diffuse some light on the inside and then use it to kind of create that glossy look that we're used to seeing from these consoles. And then what else? I also got these MOSFETs. So got them all ready to go. So yeah, I think that's it. So that's that. And I guess I should probably tell everybody and show people, about my fix, possibly. Todd.
Got all the time in the world, man.
Yes, indeedy.
I'm reading the details on your.
You're good.
At your touch sensor. You got the toggle one, right? Not the momentary. Do you have a part number?
P1374.
So so the 174 might be the momentary. That's the wrong one.
Oh.
That's only going to work while you touch it. You want the 1375 that toggles on and off.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Okay.
Well, I just realized they had two of them. So
yeah, no, I didn't know that either. Okay. There's no way like the other ones to go ahead and bridge. So then do we just use the other one so we can finish this and be done with it today?
You can. I'm sure it works the same way. We did test it with extending the wire and everything, so it does work.
Yeah, Yeah. All right. Well, instead of waiting a week, which is usually what it takes for Adafruit to get their stuff sent, um, yeah, let's just go ahead and use the other one. I already got it like pretty much wired up, so I can grab that here in a second. So all right, cool. Well, no worries. We already have that and know how it works. Of course, I bought the wrong thing. Why wouldn't I? All right. So after last week's stream where we tried to rewire the model for the Star Destroyer for like to see if we could match up with what we saw in the video. I went back and watched the video the other night and realized something, and it was actually with one of those switches. So let me go ahead and grab it real fast. I've kind of, after the Perfect Grade stream last night, I probably sat here and soldered for about 4 hours. And what's funny is I got the original board that they sent me to work. So they didn't really need to do it. They just needed to provide better instructions. And so let me go ahead and plug this in real fast. And what I found was that the jumper, or the, yeah, I guess it would be the jumper that they put on the instructions. So I'll go ahead and bring up the instructions here real fast. So they have, excuse you, they have this wire here that's connected to the VC port. They have that put into the one port over on this side and connected into the power port on this side for whatever reason, or the terminal. Not the case. This one is a single wire that fits in over on port number 17. So the instructions are wrong, and the switch itself, it's going to be kind of hard to pick up here, but on the bottom of the switch, yeah, there's a couple, there's an A and a B port, or a jumper on there. And depending on how you solder those, it will basically stick it or reverse it so that it's a momentary switch, high or low on either side, or stick it so when you press it, it stays on or off. A few streams ago, Todd and I tried to experiment with seeing if all of those different things, whether it was the switch not switching properly. But after watching the video, what I realized is when the board was activated, like I'll do right now, and echo, turn off overhead. Yeah. So this might be better with this camera on.
You should have your, you know how you can have your echo ding or something when it responds to you.
Yeah.
You should have her play that for you.
Oh, you.
You'd be like, echo, turn off the overhead light.
All right. I know you're gonna have to teach me how to do later. So welcome, Eric. Okay, so
He is here.
Yeah. Oh man. What I noticed when I was watching the video is that when they powered on the model, the light stayed on the switch like we see here now, and nothing's happening, as opposed to before when the model was powered up. And I'm going to take a quick second here, and I'm going to set up my droid cam. I haven't set this up in a minute, so excuse me for a second. So I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. But what I noticed was, once again, that the light was, well, there you go. It's firing up. I didn't even press the button. It was just capacitive touched on its own. The engines are going through its startup sequence. It keeps getting touched. So there we go. No, stop it. Is it going to do it? There we go. All right, so the engines are about to go through a startup sequence here. Is it? So I've figured out a few things. Are you going to do stuff? So that little sequence that we were seeing before where all the lights were blinking and doing some weird stuff in unison, that was for like a destruction sequence, like the model, like the ship is going down or something like that. That's currently what it's doing right now. Okay, no, there it goes. It's going into its startup sequence. And let me get my droid cam active. I'm going to put the button down because it's just doing things right now. I apologize.
Not yet, Eric.
It's 4747. And then preview out. Okay. Go back to OBS. Go to window capture. There we go. Weirdly not shapes or size correctly. I apologize. But so all the lights now are working along the side. And then down in the trenches.
How do you feel the lighting looks after you've oiled them?
So I haven't done anything to modulate in this trench down here.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like these are a little dim.
Okay.
Like the ones up here where I've gone through and used the thinner to kind of modulate it a little bit, totally fine. Turns out really good. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn it off real quick. And when you turn it off, it turns off in sequence. Still light out, so I apologize for well, at least I think it turns off in sequence.
We need to get you a curtain.
I have one. It is just up and there is crap up there. So yeah. All right. So when you power it on, when you press the button, it'll sequence the lights. It picks it in whatever sequence. It will do it either top, middle, bottom, or wherever. It'll just kind of start randomly wherever. So I'm gonna press the button now. Then underneath, you can see the docking bay lights turning on. And then the engines go through their startup sequence, as you can see there. So I'll go ahead and I don't even know. I'll have to go over to OBS for a second to turn that off. So one sec. And then you can see the hyperdrive engines activating right now and blowing out the camera.
I'm just glad it works. Eric says it looks badass. Don says very cool. Took forever to fix your screw up. Well done. And Ken needs more cowbell. And Jody's here. Hey, Jody.
Hey, Jody.
I'm just glad all it was a jumper on a switch. That is.
It's wild.
Because even the wiring, you could have wired it still the way that they've shown the instructions.
Wild.
And it would,
and that's the thing. Like, right. Like, it just doesn't make any sense for how they did this. But Echo, turn on overhead. The other ones. I really need to get that done. No.
It looks amazing, Jordan. Yeah, it
awesome.
Now that it works, yeah, it looks really good.
That's the thing. So now I just kind of got to go through and if you long press it, it'll go through where the button or I'm long pressing it right now. And then it'll start going into that sequence where the engines will all flash and go out of sequence and do all sorts of crazy stuff. All the habitat sections are all blinking. And so that's what that was. It was supposed to be some like destruction sequence that was going on. So you long press it, and then if you just press it again, it turns it off and then powers down the model. And then if you just press it again, it'll go into the power up sequence. And it's really cool when the engines fire up. I haven't just showed that by itself. So it really is kind of cool. I completely agree with you, Todd. I'm just so glad that it works. I'm emailing them with the revisions tomorrow. And I can actually work on getting this finished. So I just need to spray the back with the oil, get the rest of that done, redo the bottom, and then get a little bit of other colors. There's some other colors on the model as well. Get a little bit of that done, and then let it dry and work on the base. I need to get the base painted, get all the wiring run through, ready to go, so that I can film the video, and then I'm going to determine what I'm going to do. I may just keep this one as is and do another one. I kind of want to, like I said, do the one from the Star Wars Ahsoka, the Chimera. So that's kind of what my thought is. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm just pleased that this is done and over with, along with the Enterprise C, which is finishing up today. That's 2 models out of the queue because I just added another one with the Reliant. Ken and I started our buddy build this week. So I think our first episodes, I don't know, Ken, I think I'm going to have my first episode out on Sunday. Let me know if that works for you. We agreed that we're going to release our episodes at roughly the same time, or at least the same week. So, yeah, pretty cool. I'm glad to be getting these done, and hopefully it doesn't show my big old gut on the screen. So there we go.
And Don says that at least they're all the same color. And did you have to resolder anything? You had it all connected.
So so what I did, I realized. So Andrew said something on stream. Cool, awesome. Andrew said something on stream on one of his streams a while back, and it was like, doing anything super important while streaming can lead to either inspired results or rush jobs because you're trying to entertain, what have you. So the board that I got, the replacement board, was soldered like a madman. I looked at it and I'm just like, oh my God. So what I wound up doing was taking the original board that I soldered and had actually seen work properly once. I somehow tripped it into getting it to work once. So I snipped the wires when I did the new board. But what I did was just I just desoldered the wires out of there and then just put new ones in place. It took me a couple of hours to like work through and create new wires and all of that. But yeah, it took a couple of hours. It was like 4 hours after stream last night. Been a particularly rough go at work lately, so this week. So yeah, it was nice just kind of like throw on a stream. I watched Wayne's stream and just kind of relax and do some soldering. So yeah, but yeah, so basically what I did was I took the original board that I said was broken and fixed it by fixing their instructions. So wound up working out pretty good. I'm pretty pleased. Glad that it is moved on, like it done. I imagine that after tomorrow night's stream and Sunday's stream, I should be pretty close to being done. So at least with the build itself, and like I said, I got to get the base built and finished up, and then I need to figure out which way I'm going to go with the model. So yeah, otherwise that's the big update for me this week. A lot of like tinkering and prodding and watching videos and just like looking at the screen going, oh my God, what is that? Okay. Just trying to figure out what they were doing. And it was just seeing that light was on. It was just as simple as seeing the little light on the touchpad being constantly on told me exactly what I needed to do. So yeah, it was nice to be able to figure that out. So, all right, let me grab everything. And I did burn in my LED my cob inside, so we're all good to go on that front. If I'm not mistaken, we left off with needing to figure out how we're going to get the cob itself mounted. And how is, so I don't need this right now. We have the
Yeah, I
switch
don't
that I
know.
messed.
I don't know if the switch will support the voltage or the current load of that lighting up that LED. That's the thing.
Oh yeah,
Remember, I think
that's
we
right. It
were
was
talking
very
about
dim.
it through a MOSFET or a transistor of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. I have a MOSFET.
Oh, you bought them? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I bought them.
Yeah, so you would just have the switch trigger the MOSFET and then power the lights through the MOSFET terminals.
Okay.
So if you
So
pop
would
one
this
of
be
those
able? Okay. Would this work with that?
when I flew to Hawaii this year, it was my first time on a 787 Dreamliner.
Very cool.
And when I think about your window, I think about the electrochromic or windows they have on the 787 where they darken at the push of a button.
Oh yeah. Oh,
That's
that'd
what
be
you
so
need.
nice.
You just have a dimmer
Yeah.
on your window.
So during the summertime, I can't record between like 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. and noon. The sun is just right here and just murders my map. I can't do anything right here.
Uh-oh.
So
Look, he's been trolling today. Hi, Mike.
hey Mike, how's it going?
He's been trolling. I saw him. This is Todd, by the way, Mike. I saw him on Wayne's stream today too. he's
awesome.
He's out there to horn himself out on the internet.
Love it. Oh, doing good, Mike.
How you been, Mike?
By. We're experimenting with electronics and praying that I don't electrocute myself. So.
Oh yeah.
Good times. They happen. All right. So explain first up what this is and what it does to me, because I have no clue.
This is basically an easier way of connecting a transistor set as a switch, right? So instead of just adding just the single transistor with a gate and a drain and a power in, this has double transistors. It's already, so all the work's been done for you. You don't have to add a drain. You don't have to add the resistors. You don't have to add all that stuff. It's got a power it's got basically 2 pins on it, right? Or 3, does it have 3 pins? Like the connections? I'm trying to remember. I should have basically a power.
4 pins.
Yeah. It has a power in, it has a trigger, and that's it, right? So you can send it a PWM signal, you can send it a just an on-off, like high-low voltage, and it will just basically turn those big terminals on and off.
Okay.
So the main power comes into the big terminals and goes out to your load, whatever that is. In this case, it'd be the COB, right? So the cob strip is going to be on the outs. You'll feed mainline power into the ins, the VN.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And the 2 pins, you're just going to have a signal and a ground.
Okay.
And what I like about this is, one, it's double transistor. You'll notice that it has 2 transistors on the face of it. And so it can handle more load. And it also gives it the ability to do PWM as a, so if you wanted to dim it, you could.
Oh, I see.
A PWM, a pulse width modulated signal out of your Arduino, and that will switch those resistors to the transistors on and off so fast that it will dim the LED.
Oh, cool.
Dim the source, yeah.
Okay.
But we're just going to use the very simple, just using it to support a lot more load, right? Since the pin of an Arduino can only handle about 20 milliamps, 40 max, but 20 realistically, that's a single LED. That cob strip is going to pull way more than that. So if you tried to hook up the cob strip directly to an Arduino, it's going to burn it out. And I'm guessing the same thing would happen to that capacitive switch. It's not made to handle that much load going through the data out, right? The trigger line.
Right.
So we're going to use the MOSFET to control switching a higher load off of basically logic level or 5 volts.
Okay. And then
you can wire your cob strip right now to the outs of that MOSFET.
Okay. Sweet.
Let's see. Everybody saying hi to Mike. Mike says, "Hey Todd." Yep, that's me.
It's
All good.
me.
And Mike says, "All good here. Thanks. This looks interesting." Yeah, we're trying to create a base for his Enterprise that he got from Cozmic, the LCARS display. But we're going to try to make the LCARS display work, so you actually can touch parts of the LCARS display and make it do things. So
Yeah.
we're trying to do it and we're going to do it without an Arduino.
I mean, I have an Arduino if we need to.
Yeah, I mean we can, but I think we can do it with just some basic circuits.
Right. All right. So
we're going to and we're going to tint the LCARS with some window film. Now, one of our other modeling guys, Donnie, did this, and it came out great.
Dude, it turned out so good.
Yeah, it looks really good. He also put a piece of plexi, or a piece of styrene, white styrene sheet above the LEDs, between the LED and between the box and the LCARS to kind of
diffuse it,
the light out.
Diffuse it down.
Yep.
Nice. I don't have any of that, unfortunately. So
I have piles of it. I buy that stuff by the you can buy it on Amazon for super cheap.
Yeah, I have black styrene. I don't have white, unfortunately. Okay. It's fine though. You're gonna use this.
What did I see? You know what I saw today too? Speaking of Mike Lane, he posted a picture of a Terminator, a T-800. And I'm guessing that means you're gonna start. Are you gonna start making mods for the T-800, Mike?
Oh man.
At this point, I feel like he's just asking people, like, "Hey, if you have that model, send it over, and I'm gonna make stuff."
I would like to build that.
And I think that Mike used to just build mods for models that he owned, like as he built his own stuff like that. And now I feel like he's getting like models supplied to him that are built or not built or something. And so now he's like, "Oh, I can make more stuff."
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Jody says you could probably use parchment paper. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use styrene. Anything you have that can diffuse the light down. And I like the idea of the styrene only because he probably used a mil thick styrene.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the thicker it is, the more it's going to diffuse it, and it's also going to tone the light down because that is going to be very bright. Now, obviously, you're tinting the LCARS too. That's also going to dim it down. But
right,
I think you have ways of the thicker the diffusion, the better it diffuses. Right, so there's more material for it to push the light through. So,
right.
Mike says, "Yep, Terminator has some really cool mods coming." Oh boy.
Oh, buddy. You've been busy, Mike. It's awesome.
I would love to hear, because up until recently, Mike really didn't do a whole lot of electronics. Now he's got all this electronic stuff coming out. What changed, Mike? Did you hire a guy? Did you just decide to go into it for yourself and start learning about making PCBs and things? I'm just totally curious. Jody says a sheet or two of the parchment paper. Yeah. Mike says a Sentry mode. Oh, for the T800. That'd be.
Oh my God.
You can imagine.
Oh my God.
There's people I know that have created neck motors so the head can turn. Right. It comes with a jaw motor, so the jaw can open and close. Right. It comes with eye motors, so the eyes move left and right. But I know there's people that have made a neck motor so the head can turn. Could you imagine if you did like some kind of motion sensor that would track you? That'd be creepy.
Oh my God. Dude.
Like the head turns, the eyes follow you. Oh,
stop making me buy these things. God.
Don says, "Keep them coming, Mike." And then Mike says, "Thanks, Don."
All right. We're hooked up. Power in.
You fed power in to what?
Oh, hold on. Let's see what's going on here.
Did you put both into one side?
I did. They were hooked up together, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second.
I mean, it would just turn the lights on, but you just basically bypass the MOSFET that way.
Yeah.
Ken says, "Any weapon mod, Mike?" You know what? That would be a good idea too, because it does come with a, well, for most people, he comes with a plasma rifle, but it's hollow and there's nothing in it. And there's some people that have added like a purple LED. And that would be interesting too. It is important that you get the polarity right, because this MOSFET switches on the negative side.
It pushes on the negative side.
it switches on the negative side. So the positive side, you can look at the traces and you can see how the positives are connected together, and the negative is what it disconnects.
Interesting.
Yeah. But Ken says, yeah, any weapon mod, Mike, because he's waiting to start his Terminator. Oh yeah, that's right. Ken just started up the Terminator.
Okay.
I know that Ken and I were just talking about he's just trying to get stuff from model mods, because they have like the teeth and the wrists and the fingers and all that kind of stuff, and I know that
right,
sometimes it's hard to get a hold of Chloe.
So I'm going to make sure I get this before I ask the question, just to make sure. So the power coming in from the switch and from here is going to go into the this side.
VN.
Correct.
Yep.
And then the cob is going to be plugging into this side, the outside. Okay.
The outs. Yep.
All right.
So the other nice thing about this is because you have screw terminals there, you can also use that as your power junction point. Right. So if you have other wires that you need to power the whole model and things like that, you can just screw all the wires together and put them into the VN side. It's just basically that's your power input location that you can tap multiple wires into, because that screw terminal can handle more wires than just one.
That is fantastic. Yeah, because I was like, okay, now where's the power for the model going to come from?
Right. But you can you tap it into that same place on the VN side.
Got it.
It's just the idea of the MOSFET, and I do the same thing when I did the Enterprise, is that all of the power coming up to like the saucer goes straight into the MOSFET, because that's unrestricted power. It's just basically it's power supply.
Right.
So it goes into the MOSFET first. If I had run it through other junctions and things first, I didn't want it to dim my window lights. So it gets like the raw power. Okay. Donnie's here. Hey, Donnie.
Hey, Donnie.
Ken asks Mike, how far off are you looking for Terminator mods? Well, I don't know. That's a good question for him. He's still here. Don says, hey, other Don, you missed the light show. Yeah, he showed off his Star Destroyer. If you hang around long enough, Donnie, maybe we'll do it at the end. He can show it again.
Yeah. Super glad I got that done.
Of course, we probably should have soldered some pigtails to that first, right? So you had some ground and trigger wire. Just for fun. So here's the thing: is right now, that's pretty much it. Right now, you just got to be able to trigger the MOSFET. Because if you turn it on right now and power it, nothing should happen, because it's the transistors in a open state.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, we got an answer. Ooh, are you going to answer my question, Mike? Oh, yes. I went from working on my own for years to a team of 5. Our man Spiky is our electronics wizard. You can thank him for making our ideas come to life. Dude, that's so awesome.
That is fantastic.
That is awesome. Spiky. I'm going to remember that. When you said that, I thought it said Spidey, like Spider-Man at first. That's great. Okay, now, just like I told you, you really only have to solder the yellow wire.
The yellow wire. Okay. Okay.
To the trigger side, and it's marked trigger. There's 2 holes. There's actually 3 holes. That's for different size wire. There's really only there's only 2 pads there. There's a ground and a trigger.
Very cool.
And the reason being is that the board is smart enough to pull its positive line from the VN, so you don't have to add a power line there. You don't have to give it power.
Oh, okay.
So cool. it has, so basically you're just giving it a ground to your logic circuit. So yellow goes to jumper.
Yellow. Okay.
Yep. And I'll show you what the other holes are for too. Just put it in the smallest hole it'll fit in. Donnie asks, is it all working now? The Star Destroyer?
The Star Destroyer? Yep. Finally.
Yep. Don agrees. Mike says, only just got Terminator, but just a few weeks off having some really cool mods, Ken. There you go. Talking to the man directly.
Can't wait to see this. So cool.
And Ken says, cool, thanks, Mike. Forward to seeing what you bring out. Mike, we are here every Thursday.
Indeed.
Hanging out on Jordan's channel for whatever thing he is, whatever he's got going on.
I'm always doing something.
Yeah. Eric says, Mike, your mods really bring the partworks to life. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. And Mike says, Terminator was kindly donated to us by a customer who wanted him to have a good home, but usually I subscribe to all the models like the rest of us. I'm poor. You know, this is how I know that Mike is poor, is that somebody has a Ring door cam of him actually personally delivering mods to their house.
Yep.
That I saw, it was on the groups, and they're like, it's pretty cool when Mike delivers the parts himself.
I think that was Will.
Was it Will Workshop?
Yeah, I think it was Will.
Picture, he's like, there's Mike delivering my parts, and I'm like, geez, maybe it was cheaper than putting in the Royal Mail. All right, now power. Where would you put power? Oh, that's right, you have VN. You can disconnect it right there. And ground.
Well, oh, nice, perfect. So power is going to go into.
Ground can go into the ground pin, right? Because the backside of that should have a jumper and a ground, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You may not even need to hook up the ground wire to the MOSFET because that's the low-level trigger side. You might be able to, let's try this, only because I've never done it. I'm curious. Just take your red and white wires and connect them to VN.
And that one is the...
No, the screw terminal. Just power the switch off your VN.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, just twist them up on the VN side.
Got it.
This is what's great about screw terminals, because you have that's your power source right there.
Don't even have to worry about
it. Mike says, haha, yes, I actually did that. He lives 10 minutes down the road. Will lives 10 minutes down the road from me, weirdly. From the shop or from your house? It's curious. Donnie says, did you get the tint on yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Mike says, thank you, Ken. Mike says, Todd and Jordan, you both do such a good job and are credit to this community. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate that.
I honestly, I think I have been installing Mike Lane mods since 2018, way back on the DeLorean, the very first build ever.
Wow.
You know, when he had the stuff like the very early stuff. The stuff for Mr. Fusion, like the Mr. Fusion stickers and decals.
Yeah.
I must have bought everything that he had for the DeLorean way back then. Ken says, Mike, do you deliver to Canada? Mike says, yes, we do. The answer is yep. Don says, we appreciate their hard work. And yours as well. Yeah. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Well, this stuff, you know, this stuff, I mean, even I didn't know how this stuff worked until I did the Enterprise. And so it was such a learning experience for me that I thought I would just document the entire thing as best I could. And every time I'd write a thing like, oh, well, I'm going to use MOSFET, and I'd write a MOSFET article, and then I realized I had to back up and explain what a MOSFET was. And I'd have to explain how LEDs are diodes and how they work and why you can't just hook them up to any power you want. And the voltage goes in one direction, and why you need a resistor. Oh, now I need to write what resistors are for and how to figure out the values. And and it just backed into this whole thing where basically it starts at the very beginning with what is a resistor and what is an LED?
What is and Ohm's law, and what does that mean?
Oh God, I put Ohm's laws in there, you know, and then it was, and then it turned into, you know, like what is PWM and how to use it. I mean, but I think it's kind of an electronics lesson buried in there. That should be it. And now I'm curious. So if you give it power, I'm curious if the switch will work because you didn't ground it to the actual ground pins. I don't know if it needs the reference of ground. So we'll see.
Oh, Echo. Let's build. Let's see here. Was it already on?
Oh, poor Mike. Not by hand. He doesn't deliver to Canada by hand. It's cute. All right. Let's see. Look at that.
Crap.
I figured it might work that way. What I think the ground pin on the it works. Look at that. No smoke. No smoke. Everything works.
Actually?
Oh, actually? Dude. All right. Super cool. Gotta see. That looks
Yeah,
really
with the
cool.
overhead lights on, you can barely see the glow around the edge.
It's very true.
I think it'd be much more. You'll notice a lot more in a dark room. You'll start seeing more. Yeah. Let's see. Ken's laughing. Donnie says the Todd Father Electronics Workshop. Yep.
It's true.
And look at that. It
True
works.
story.
What I'm guessing the ground pin on the trigger wire is for is if you had separate grounds, or I mean separate grounds, because the whole point of a VN and a V out is that you could use low voltage to switch high voltage. These MOSFETs can handle 400 volts. So
oh wow,
so you could use a touch capacitor to turn on your coffee maker, for example, and that's running at 5 volts, and those circuits would be technically separate, right? So you would have separate grounds, right? You have your 5-volt ground on the Arduino side, and then your high voltage ground, and I mean not ground as an electrical, you have load, neutral, and ground, but negative, positive, right? So your negatives would be separate. You have a low voltage negative, and you have a high voltage negative. But since you're running everything at 5 volts, it's a reference ground. So that's why I thought it would work without the pin, which it totally did.
It's amazing.
Let's see. There you go.
Love it. Okay. So it works.
Let's see. Mike Lance has got something cool coming to both. Both of what? Is he talking to both of us? Or both is in 2 different models? I don't know what he's talking about. What have you done, Mike?
What have you done?
Listen here, Michael. Like his mother. Oh, he's over in the UK. His mum.
Mum.
Don says he knows his stuff. Jody says, dang, I got to go again. My daughter reads tonight from class back in a bit. Take care, Jody. We'll probably still be here.
We'll be here for a while. I want to finish this tonight.
Don says you're making other Don happy. I'm sure. If it involves lighting, Donnie's happy. And Mike says, awesome job, guys. Look at that. And I think we were talking about adding 2 of those because you wanted 2 touchpads, one for the base lighting and one for the model.
One for the model, yeah. But
or did you want the switch to turn the base on? And because I thought that's what you originally wanted to do, was that the switch would turn the base on and the light would come on, and then you'd have a touchpad to turn the model on. Why not both?
Yes, I think. Why not do both? Yeah.
I mean, you have MOSFETs, you have switches, right?
Yeah, I got plenty of those.
There you go.
Yeah. Sweet.
Mike says both of us. Ooh, are you sending us goodies, Mike? We love goodies.
I think Mike and I briefly chatted. He sent me an email, and I sent him an email. Yeah, I think there's some goodies coming our way. It's pretty amazing.
We do mail calls on our HTM streams on Friday and Sundays. Something in the post to you and Jordan. Oh, that's very cool.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
There's Andrew.
Awful kind.
Hey. Gotta show Andrew what you've done.
Andrew, look at this.
Look. Mike says Jordan already knows. Oh, see.
Yep.
Johnny says lights are right. That's exactly right. Right.
That's right.
It's so cool. You okay?
That's for Donnie.
It gets me every time still.
Let's see. Don says Christmas coming early. Excellent. Everybody saying hello.
Who's Christmas?
Andrew says very nice sound effects too. That's right.
That's right. All right. Let's see here. So for this, we bridged the B jumper. Then I need 3 wires. Okay, easy enough. Whoa, hello. It will really activate at the touch of anything, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my wires here.
Don says it ain't a model unless it has lights, right? Other Don.
That's right. Donnie was literally encouraging Keith to light up a assisted what was it, the assisted like getting up chair, like the recliners that help you
like
stand
recliner?
up. And, yeah, he's like, yeah, it's not done yet. You need to light it.
Well, how cool would the chair look if you had like an LED strip underneath, so when it was starting to lift off the ground, it would glow?
Oh my god!
For the ultimate Star Trek nerd that reached the point of needing one. Let's see. It ain't a model. It's nice. Oh, and see, Andrew, I hear you fixed GS's prawn. I think you mean problem because it's right next to there. Yes, it was a solder.
Yes,
we will have to show it again for Andrew.
Yep. Now I was able to figure out exactly what was going on with the board, and it had everything to do with incorrect instructions and basically them not telling us that on this little thing. So this is the same switch that was used in the green strawberry build, and hopefully I can get you to come through here in the middle of the camera. So there's an A and a B jumper. So on the green strawberry build, you needed to bridge the A jumper. On this one, we're going to be bridging the B jumper. So basically, what they do is they basically put them into 3 different states. So as this sits stock, it basically is in the low state, and so it's a momentary low. So you press it, and it goes high, and then goes low again. If you do B, like we are going to do here, you press it and it stays high until you press it again, and then it goes low. And then for the green strawberry build, when you bridge jumper A, it goes high, and then the press turns it momentary low and then high, and that's what triggered the board to activate and do its thing. So it just took me messing around, and I can't believe I actually figured it out. I'm so pleased that I got that done. I got to be honest. It was stressful.
What is your overhead camera?
What is my overhead camera?
Yeah.
It's just a webcam. It's a webcam.
Mm.
Why do you ask? Crappy quality.
Nah, just how it focuses.
Yeah, it's that autofocus thing, and it drives me insane. So the CX405 is what I got to put there, and that's what the face cam is now. But for whatever reason, sitting at this height or whatever, it's a little grainy. It doesn't like it. So that works. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and let's zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. Close. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and put a jumper over the B. I'm going to solder the B jumper here. Let's wake up the soldering iron. I do like the fact that it has a, it will shut itself off if you don't touch it for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. How is that webcam mounted? Can you show me on your cam?
On my webcam? Yeah, I can show you on the other one. Let's see here. I'll take my face off real fast. Put it over here.
Mike says 1 a.m. in the UK. I'm going to say good night. Keep up the good work. Looking excellent. Okay.
Thanks, Mike, for stopping by. I really appreciate it, man. Really do.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for everything you do.
A nice surprise. Good to see and talk to you.
Yes, indeed.
I will get to the chat in a minute to catch that before he left.
Yeah, that's how it's sitting.
Okay.
Yep. And down the tunnel we go. Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't realize that, like, when I was doing, like, when I first got this webcam, I had no idea that you could actually, like, what's it called? Flip the image in OBS. And so I had to figure out a webcam that would work with this arm to be able to get this angle. You know, oh, how young I was. All right. Get these up real fast. So, Todd, we are getting the test boards from Mike. The testing circuit or whatever it is.
You know what? They were supposed to be here. I got my Etsy decals for the perfect grade today.
Nice.
They were supposed to be here. See, UPS shipment notification tracking. It was supposed to be here tomorrow, Saturday, and now that's yeah. But I got updated this morning. Says now it's expected to be here on Monday.
Oh, probably weather related.
Yeah.
Okay. So I went ahead and soldered the B jumper there. Let's go ahead and get our wire soldered up. So go from the side.
All right.
Why I just connected there. There we go. Short end. VCC red.
Where are we at? Okay, hang on. Change delivery. I'm shopping.
Nice.
See more addresses.
Oh.
Jordan.
Oh no, what do you oh no.
Okay. Yeah. Use some reward points. Yes.
God.
Okay. Do you work? You don't work on Sunday, right?
No. Somehow. Thankful for that.
Do you work tomorrow?
I do work tomorrow, yeah.
What time do you work?
I work until 7 tomorrow.
No, what time do you go in?
Oh, I go in at 9.
Okay. I'm shopping for Jordan.
Oh man. My gratitude knows no ends. I really appreciate it. Whatever it is.
Place your order. Yes. All right. All right, where are we in chat? Let me see. Alec is here. He says, "Hi, Andrew. He just hopped on trying to get a good look at the Apache at an Apache at night." What? Just hopped on after trying to get a good look at an Apache at night. Wanted to see if it had wings had Navi lights like Ian Hine does. I also posted a pic of mine, a light on Discord. Okay. Stephen Haynes says, "Jordan, that's looking very nice, mate."
Thanks, sir.
Oh, Jordan, not Andrew. Oh, just hopped on. You know what? I need to call my National Guard place that has all the Apaches still. I need to ask them.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Take some pictures of an actual one. Andrew says, "Is that a deficit of their instructions?" It absolutely is. If you're talking about green strawberry,
yep.
honestly, even the wiring they have in the instructions would have been fine.
Echo cancel.
Because really they're just all the change is how they're powering the switch, and whether it's off pin 1 or pin 17, that's just a positive bus bar. So that doesn't hurt it nearly as much as the way the switch was configured, which was the problem. Andrew says, I assume those are your Omni thingies. Yeah.
The Omni Fixo, yep.
I don't solder without it anymore. It is my go-to holding hands for anything.
Echo cancel.
Donnie says, that's how my Sony is mounted. Eric says, anyone know of a good place to buy airbrush needle storage tubes? Interesting. I never thought about that.
Huh. That is a good question.
All right. So you should get a box from Amazon on Sunday and then a smaller box on Tuesday.
Okay.
Do you want to know what it
Thank
is?
you.
Do you want to be surprised? That's what he gets for working a 10-hour day, Ken. Donnie says the spray gunner used to have the tubes, the needle tubes.
Oh, cool.
Andrew says the tube came with my airbrush. Yeah, every time I buy like different needle sizes, they come in a tube, so I save the tubes.
Yep, same. Yeah, so I generally I work 3 10s and 2 5-hour shifts during the week. So I'm able to stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So, and a lot of crazy things are going down at work right now. So it's I'm lucky to be able to be off right now. I'm firing people. It's a lot of fun.
Okay. This company sells the storage container tube and the nozzle tube that are already marked for 0.2, 0.3, and 0.5 for $6. It's called Neo Echo airbrush.
Cool.
I can put the link in here if you want it. Are you okay with that?
Of course, absolutely.
That's a whole set. It's a 0.2, 0.3, and a 0.5 labeled tube and container for the nozzle. So for $6, and it looks like it's here in the US. So
all right, sweet. So I got the next camera's like, let's zoom back out a little bit here. So got my next switch all ready to go, and this one is going to be what we connect to for the Enterprise, right? Yeah.
Looks like Amazon has them too.
I need to scratch off a little pad.
That's a needle set. I don't know about that.
Expose some of this copper here. And then I need to get a blob of solder on there so I can attach a wire for the touchpad.
Let's see, I haven't checked in a while. Sweet guys, thanks for the link and spray gunner. Jordan. Ken says, also thanks, Jordan, for more googly eyes. Don says, I have a couple of cheap airbrushes from them. Who, Neo, what was that, Neo Geo? Neo Echo? At least somebody has something from them. You know they deliver. I mean, $6 isn't bad. Yeah, it looks like Amazon doesn't necessarily sell the empty tubes. They sell needle sets, which it doesn't even say what airbrushes they fit. It's very strange.
No, and what I found with that is you have to like measure your needles in order to like figure out.
Oh yeah, what if they're too long or too short or
right?
Don says he believes so. Okay. Yeah, but I mean that looked decent enough.
Okay. And we put a little bit of flux on here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just getting the touchpad. I'll go ahead and zoom back in a little bit here. Scuffed off the touchpad so I can get the solder on there, so I can attach the wire to attach to.
Don't forget some flux if you're soldering to a pad.
Got it right here.
You got it. I like it. All right. Well, there's my email. Your order has been received. Shipped to Jordan HTM Langhelm. Langhelm.
The first day of school was always fun.
Don says, I just checked. It's the same company. Their brushes are about $40. Well, that's probably why you can get tubes cheap. You know, it's just a tube. Donnie says, flux is a must. Yep. Anytime I'm soldering to pads, I try to use flux. Rosin core is great for like wire to wire, things like that. But when I go to like a copper pad or something, it's got to be flux.
Yeah, get on there. Amazing. I actually did that the first shot. Last time I struggled so hard to get that done. I love it.
I'm looking at Alex's pictures of his Apache with its bright white lights on either side. You know, I tried on the wings, the wingtips. It makes there's a green lens, a plastic green lens that fits over them. That's for the electroluminescent strips.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at different ways of diffusing it. I tried tape and cotton, paper, and none of them really worked well enough, so I just ditched it. Donnie says I use flux for anything I solder. Well, I mean, if it's small enough and you're using resin core solder, that's also fine. But for bigger things, I'll flux it, yeah. Because that's what rosin core is. It's just flux inside the rosins.
Right.
Flux inside the solder. Alex says, hey, Jordan, are you using a Hakko iron? I'm still learning, but around the time I order mine, I plan on buying some tin solder with a flux core. Yeah.
No, I'm using just some random. It was like $60 on Amazon. It's Seek One. I don't know. It's good enough. It's typical soldering iron. Like, it's good enough. I do want to get a Hakko someday, but if you can get the best in the beginning, do that. But don't have to spend the bank in order to get the same result, I think. So, okay. So we got the two hooked up now, and now we need to basically get. This is going to be for power for the Enterprise itself. So how will this be wired up, and how do we get power to?
Okay, so what I would do
Go ahead.
here is I would make a short set of wires to carry VN power to another MOSFET.
Okay.
Right. And
Got
so
it.
obviously the MOSFETs can be close together. So it really depends on where you're going to put the switches behind the L, because obviously the MOSFET, those wires aren't very long to the switch. So wherever behind the L cars the switch needs to be. Now obviously you can put a wire on it and extend it, but I would think that the shorter that wire is, the touch wire, the better, right? So
yeah.
Do you know where on the L cars you want the touch to be?
Yeah, I was thinking like the base, like around here. So I was thinking like probably just these two down here. Probably a little too close together though. So
yeah, maybe those end caps of the design, those purple round end caps.
Yeah, down here.
Like and this is just only because the length of wire you have to the switch from the first MOSFET.
Right.
So obviously you need to locate that wherever it needs to be located. So if the wires aren't long enough to reach the far corner, which looks like they will be, and then you're just going to build another one of those MOSFET setups, just like you did.
Okay.
And put it in the lower left corner, right?
Right. Or let's go bottom right. So why don't we do, because we have all the power coming in right here. So I wonder if it's going to trip out being so close to that. So why don't we do one on either one of these corners?
That's
what I'm thinking.
You want to do?
Perfect. Works for me. All right. I can do that. Let's get another one of those put together. Awesome.
And all I meant was if you grab a red and black wire to connect the VN of the first MOSFET to the VN of the second one.
Oh, I see.
right? Because that's your main power in. So everything feeds off of that. So you're going to take a lead off of that VN, both the red and black, and bring it to the second one. Yeah.
And then you trigger this, and then the power out from that is going to go to the Enterprise.
That's correct. You got it.
All right.
But how you connect the switch can be the same way.
Sweet.
How you connect
I'm
the
learning.
switch to the MOSFET is the same way, right? You connect it to the VN and the ground, and then just yellow wire to the jumper or to the trigger.
Perfect. And I need to be paying attention to how much of a length of wire I need to get from here to here.
That's exactly why I asked where you want the buttons to be, because that's like the wire you're going to need to jump the two MOSFETs together.
Exactly. About that much. Just for safety's sake.
Don says you can solder with a cheap iron if you know how. It's true. I mean, what is the iron? It has to heat something up to a certain temperature. So
right.
The cheaper, what I've noticed with cheaper irons is that once they touch something, they're not very good at maintaining the temperature. Then better irons are better, because as soon as you touch something, it starts pulling heat out of the iron. And the better irons are better at replacing that and sensing when the temperature's starting to drop to add more power to keep it at that temperature. And some of the ones are not as good at that. Like, you can't just take like a wood burning iron and just go start soldering with it. It doesn't work very well. Well, and the nicer ones are adjustable, right? You can adjust temperature range. You can have presets, like you can have 500, 600, 700 being different presets in it, things like that. That's what they're adding, because the iron itself is pretty simple. Donnie says he's got to eat. He'll be back in a bit. Sounds good.
Sounds good. We'll be here.
All right, so I noticed you don't have your Dockyards overlay. What's going on?
Oh,
are you doing that in here, or are you doing that in?
I always do it in I do it in StreamYards.
There you go.
Weird. Thank you.
Here,
yeah. No.
That way it's not covering your face.
Perfect. Come on now. Oh my God. Sometimes, I swear, these don't necessarily work the best, but they do work okay. Oh, there we go. You have to have a firm grip when you're using these, as one does. Okay, so that's going to be the in. Got it. Yeah, I really like the fact that it has the screw-in terminals here.
Oh yeah,
it's a
great
something.
And a lot of times, like I'm gonna have to get like a terminal block or something for the Titanic to bring all of those light wires together, because they're all individually wired, right? So that's going to be, you can't just, what do you do, twist them all together? There might be 20 or 25 different individual light strips that need to come together, and that's what terminal blocks are great for. Well, this comes with terminal blocks, so why not use them? Alex says he has a $20 iron, and I have a few tips that won't let the solder stick when I tin them, and I accidentally bent one when I stuck it in the iron.
So what I found with that is you want to have, if you're not already using it, you want to have some of that wool to be able to clean your iron, the iron tip. You really need to be able to
clean it off after every use.
Same.
Just jam the tip in there and it cleans it off. It's just brass wool.
Yep. So important.
And most nicer irons will come with it anyway. Like the Hako comes with a sponge, that you wet the sponge. And it effectively steam cleans the iron. You wipe the tip off on the sponge, but I find that most of the time I can get away with just using the brass. I don't even use the sponge anymore.
I don't even use the sponge anymore either.
I used to when I first soldered. I used the sponge religiously, but the brass works so good that I don't have to worry about keeping it wet. And what are we talking about?
It's getting weird in here.
Yeah, what in the world?
A little schmeg in my holes. Wait a minute, what? What?
Every time. I love it. Every time. So I vacuumed before stream today because there was just like there were little wire bits everywhere. And I looked inside the vacuum, and oh my god, this is like tiny little, just tons of this.
Did you find any screws or model parts?
A couple of screws, yeah. No
Yeah.
model parts. I haven't been doing any assembly lately so much, so it's just screws though. Yeah, lots of screws.
Alex says I have that, and it does essentially nothing to mine. Try the sponge, and then and I think this is what Don's getting to. I used to. I don't even know where it is anymore. When I did the ECUs for BMWs, when I was reprogramming ECUs, I had a tin that had this gray crap in it, and you would jam a hot soldering iron tip into it, and then wipe it off on the sponge, and it basically almost kind of like cleaned your tip. The soldering iron tip. It's like a soldering tip cleaner. I think that's what Don is talking about. It was like this gray hard goo, and you just jam the hot needle into it, and it would melt the stuff and sizzle, and I think it cleaned off or oxidized the tip. I don't even know where that went. I just haven't used it since.
Cool. All right. So let's clean up that little end.
Dash says I use my fingers on a wet towel before they use those brass things. That's true. I mean, that's basically the sponge. Like on the wet sponge. And Don said, "Yep, yeah, that's it. Yep." I used to use that stuff when I did the ECUs. I lost it, and I haven't got some since, and I've been fine. And I think part of it too might be the what's in the tip, and maybe that's part of a nicer. Like if you get a nicer soldering iron, it comes with better tips. You know, because I've had cheap soldering irons where the tips will start pitting and they start almost disintegrating.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that happened to my last one. That's why I had to get this one.
So you're going to twist the switch wires to your jumper, your cross connect wires, right? Before you put them in there.
Oh, right. So this is going to be. This is going
to. You got to think that's just live power is all that is.
Yeah.
So you got to bring the two VNs together plus the switch wires.
There we are.
I'm going to throw you a like because I keep your YouTube channel up on another screen just to make sure your stream is still going.
Same.
Part of the job as a producer.
Appreciate that.
I'm going to throw you a like.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, and you called this your Enterprise C grand finale. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Yeah.
Well, you put some on this one.
I know. I kept thinking about that all day long, actually.
Jet's here. Hey, James. He says Thermotronic CMT TC2 lead-free tip tinner. There you go. That's the stuff.
Okay, so this is going to go into.
Good to see the Dash is here. James is here.
James. Also, Dash. Saw you comment just a minute ago, but didn't say hey.
Alex says, Todd, have you looked into those bulbs you recommended? I replaced the stock cool white bulbs for U96. We've been focusing on the Titanic. I have. The bulbs came with the LED strips for the Titanic. They just got here yesterday, so we'll work on those on the stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do the 96, but we can try replacing like one of the compartments and see what it looks like. Don says, I just checked Amazon. You can still get it. I think he means the tip tinner for your soldering iron.
Cool.
And Don says, thanks, James. I was going to post it. Okay. Perfect.
And then these ones go in.
Same place.
Same place.
But you can twist them to those wires.
Yeah.
Because that's your power in.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
Jet says, I'm switching between your stream and one talking about asteroid has 2.3%. Wasn't it just 1.7? Now it's 2.3. Chance of hitting the Earth.
What's that?
I don't know. Something about an asteroid hitting the Earth.
Oh.
But they showed the hit path somewhere between India and South America, so we'll probably be fine.
We're fine. We'll be fine for a little while.
I mean, us. I don't know about where it hits, but
right.
But a good chunk of the impact path would be in the ocean, which is not good either. But at least it wouldn't land on somebody.
Your pizza's almost done.
It is. I'm hungry.
Where did that go? There you are. And then all I need to do is grab the Enterprise and hook it up to the other side, and we could actually test this whole thing, can't we?
Yep.
Dude, oh yeah.
And then really all you got to do is put your leads on the pads.
Yeah.
It may be a better idea to put the leads on the back of the LCD or the LCARS display first.
Oh yeah.
Build all the electronics attached to them yet. Like, create little circles or whatever you need to do.
Right.
I've seen other people that have soldered the wire, the wire that you're going to use to solder to the pad, the touchpad.
Mm-hmm.
They'll put the other end. They'll put like a piece of copper tape, so it has like a big field. But I think making a loop around the button that you want to do would work as well,
right?
Or a U shape or something. Okay. Just. Don says, "What's on the pizza tonight, Jordan?"
For which I'm gonna go pull out real fast. For Kat, she got pepperoni, mushroom.
You heard that? Everybody heard that, right? He says he's gonna pull out real fast for Kat. Jesus. This entire stream.
Yeah,
who made Tom Young? I don't even know what that is. Ken says, I don't want it to hit the earth. That's where I keep my stuff.
My stash is in there.
That's right. Jet says he'll be 82 by then. I'll almost be toast anyway.
Oh, is this like a long time future out event?
It's like 2032.
Not
forever from now, but I'm surprised it took that long. So.
All right, it's cutting ready for you.
He's such a good boyfriend.
I'll try.
You cut her food for you? Is that because you're professional with a pizza cutter?
That's correct. I'll baby bird you. All right. Get this thing off of its temporary base. So,
well, I guess you can leave it on for display purposes. We're just testing, right?
It's true. Although I don't know if I have much room. Yeah. I think I might be able to make it work though. Yeah.
And that's another thing about the screw terminals that's so great. They're temporary.
Right.
Do them versus soldering everything together.
Exactly. So take out
Don
the temporary.
Says we will send Bruce Willis to stop it. LOL. Yeah. Not the current Bruce Willis. Maybe the 90s Bruce Willis.
So sad.
Yeah. I heard he's still nonverbal, right? I mean, at this point.
Yeah.
He stopped talking.
Sucks. Okay, so in the second MOSFET we go. Go ahead and open these power wires up a little bit here. Where did Steve go? There he is.
Since your box comes on Sunday, you'll have to open it on stream.
Sounds good. Let's leave it a surprise.
Okay.
You're crazy, man. I appreciate you, whatever it is.
Ken says he's a kind and gentle lover. I mean, a kind and generous boyfriend. Maybe he's both. Just not to you, Ken.
I like to cry.
Des says, I saw the pizza. It was thrown all over someone's car in the parking lot just now at the Dollar Tree. Ooh.
Oh.
Wow.
That sucks.
Well, you are at the Dollar Tree. I don't know if I would expect less.
That does track. Okay. I think I'm going to take my face off. Well, we'll just move it over a little bit here.
Take your face off.
Off. Okay.
All right. Hold on. I think we need to.
Okay. So power is on. We hit the power in the base. and then it disrupted power from that.
Ah! Do you have the other MOSFET hooked up?
Thank you. I should. Let's find out. So I got the trigger, yes.
The VNs go to the VNs to the other side, right?
Yep. And then that is hooked into, yeah, it's all hooked up the same.
The V outs are going to the ship.
Yep.
Because they work, they should work independently.
They don't.
Okay.
That one works and then turns that one off. Interesting. Yep. Yep. Yeah, everything's wired up, right? Interesting.
Because that's the tying all of the VNs together. It shouldn't have any effect on the second one. It's interesting that it turns the other. Okay.
Why did that just work now?
Were they too close together?
Maybe.
So one is picking up, you know what I bet you it is? I bet you one switch is picking up the line voltage change in the power wires of the other one. We're going to have to keep these very isolated.
Okay. So maybe top corner, bottom corner.
But see, that second one should still work independently. It should have nothing to do with it because you're feeding that switch. You're feeding that second MOSFET off the VN of the first, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. It's almost like it's yeah, but you can still turn the first off and it still works the second, right?
But then,
so that means the second is still getting power. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Jet says we all get old and sick and die. Your Buddha lesson for the day. It's very true. Dash says it was Little Caesars, and Ken says hopefully in that order. Yeah. The only thing I can think is making that happen is that the when you touch the second one and it goes to turn on, the first switch is picking up that. It's picking that up. However, it shouldn't be that the second one doesn't work independently because that's the way it's wired. It's wired. You fed that MOSFET with pure power.
Mm-hmm. And I can't get it to always turn on. Now I can't get the Enterprise to turn on at all.
Okay, so we may have to separate those. So you're feeding instead of jumping one off the other, is you may have to feed both
the power
from the power source. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Instead of it running, even though it's really not doing anything, just branch your power in and just feed both MOSFETs off their own lines.
Got it. Makes sense.
Dash says then the asteroid hits and the zombie apocalypse starts. Oh yeah. Ken says, "LOL." The look of confusion on Jordan's face, because that should have worked just fine. I'm convinced that it has something to do with the capacitive sensors are so sensitive that they're just looking for any change. They're looking for a change in electromagnetic field. So the other circuit coming on could affect it, but the second one should operate independently. That's the whole point. It should have nothing to do with it.
Right.
Jet says,
Okay.
if Uranus ever impacted Earth, it would be the biggest butt dial in history. Yeah. Needs to lead line his buttons. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is one thing I was curious about. If you have two capacitive switches, like how sensitive are they? And, you know, do you need to insulate them? Do you have to separate them? Do you have to wrap them in tinfoil? I mean, what is it? You know?
Right. Exactly.
Ken says, okay, what's with Jordan and issues with the touch buttons?
I don't know, man. I got nothing for you.
Jet says, if Uranus ever hit Earth, scientists would call it a cosmic disaster, but everybody else just call it a real pain in the ass. You know? Yes.
So where am I going to pull the power off of that one then? It's going to come off of this terminal here, off the switch terminal, right? Or no?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would just, I mean, you have the power wires right now just going into the first MOSFET, right?
Yeah.
So I would just disconnect those. So you don't have to unsolder your switches. Disconnect
Okay.
those, put an extra length on it, you know, create a Y basically and reconnect it back to that.
Got it. So just Y off the power.
You could test this whole thing just by twisting wires together too. You don't do any solder work.
Right.
Just get another length of wire or two wires, I should say. Dash says, show us on the button where he tried to touch your sensitive side. Yeah. Alex says he's currently waiting for the white paint to dry on the tips of the dagger missiles, and while they dry, I'm going to do something Ian needs to do as well. I'll clean his workstation. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, trying to do a wire mess here. I want to clean this up a little bit. All right, so each one of these I'm going to split off into a pair, right?
Well, I mean, you already have power leads on your second MOSFET, so you can twist those up right now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Enterprise. Where's the second one there?
And we can test it to make sure the second one operates independently. So we're taking the first one out of the loop right here.
Got it.
So
see.
We'll just twist those together, and then we'll test your button for the
second switch. Yeah.
Let's check the second switch circuit.
Perfect. Okay. That's power. That's negative. On. Grab my. And
Dash says, thinking out of the box, could you put a small potentiometer on it to control the sensitivity? I don't know.
Yeah, it does actually. There is it's this jumper right here in the corner. You can actually put a potentiometer on.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So now that that's separated, that switch should work. Just to light your model. See, something's not right.
Yeah, something isn't right.
Because the previous way should have worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. So I wonder what's up with this switch. Let me take a look here. Clean up my little connections here. Number one. Nothing's touching over.
Ken says, turn the power on. I think he did.
I did.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, something's going on here.
Yeah, that's
okay. So let me
So the positive and negative of the switch are going into the MOSFET positive negative, right?
Yep.
Power feed is going into the VN positive negative. And your VOUTs are your ship.
Yep.
Okay.
And my trigger is all there. So I'm wondering if this trigger is bad or if the switch is bad.
Well, and this is remember I said the reference ground. I wonder if the switch ground does need to go to the board. Because it could be, it might be worth trying is disconnect that black wire from the VN and solder it to the ground side of the switch.
Got it.
Let's try that.
Okay.
It could be the way that the MOSFET is set up to drain, that maybe it doesn't do something, or it's acting weird. So that was just a test. I wanted to see if it worked, and it did, but sort of. So we'll see. Let's see. Stephen Haynes, are you back? Even the lingering, the looming in the background, lurking. Right. I'm starting to think we should call these streams Tatatui. I have this imaginary picture of Todd sitting on Jordan's head, pulling his hair, making him do these things. I don't have to help him. I can just produce and sit here in the background if you'd like.
Then I would never get anything done. Okay. Go.
He figured out the green strawberries thing all by himself. I didn't.
That's true. The boss is calling me and I don't want to deal with it. Like I said, a bunch of stuff is going down at work this week. And I just don't want to deal with it tonight. Okay. We'll freed in there. There we go. Oh, nope. That's what your holders are for there, Jordan. Why don't you do that?
Donnie's back. He asked, what did he miss?
Just still working on getting this all wired up. Right now, we're trying to tie two MOSFETs together.
Dash is asking, he missed the part. What was wrong with the user error? Oh, he's asking about the green strawberry.
No, bad instructions. Real bad instructions. They didn't tell you that you needed to solder one of the jumpers on the switch, and they did not have you solder the switch to the right point. So there we go. All right, that's in. That's into the ground. Control. Power. Nope. I got nothing. So I wonder if it's the switch. Well, let me. I am going to, because I attempted to solder that jumper here. I wonder if I didn't get it properly or well enough. I'm going to try doing a little bit more to it. Maybe unsoldering it and seeing what happens. There we go.
Don says, Jordan has a new channel, The Joy of Wiring.
Seriously.
Donnie says, just a happy little solder joint. Oh.
All right. Yeah, I think something's wrong with this.
You think that switch is borked?
Yeah, I think the switch is borked.
Oh.
Absolutely. That sucks. Okay.
Jet, that's what we do all day. We just sit here and watch Jordan pull on his wires.
Pretty much, yep. Let me grab another. Where are my touch pads? I brought them all down. Where did I put them? Where did I put them? There. Let's do another fresh one here. Yeah, I will call you back later, Troy. Jesus.
Don's like, Jordan, Jordan would need to grow an afro. That's right. And a coke nail. Steven Haynes says, Todd, I'm building a Lego submarine and it's 4.5 feet long. Oh my God. Is that a kit or is that a custom? Is that your own build? Because I didn't know they made any kits that big.
Come on now. There we go. Now these soldering these small ass jumpers are super hard.
Alex says, can you imagine if Jordan started talking like Bob Ross? Now here we are, apply a little happy dab of our solder to our poor cold unhappy wire. I think you should do that when you solder. Just change your voice. You can be Bob Ross just when you're soldering.
And we're just going to go ahead and do that. It's
Dash,
going to be our little secret.
Dash says, I did a bad thing today. I don't think it's bad. He walked into a hobby store and walked in with a few Star Trek models, a small German guy's diorama, and a Evangelon model from Bandai.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. Maybe for
a bad thing at all.
For you. Hey, Buck is here.
Correct. Hey, Buck.
Hello, Buck. Ken says, I hope that your boss isn't calling because one of tonight's employees quit before they could get fired.
That actually can. You may be on to that. I'm not going to go too far into it because I don't really want to talk too much about it. But I can't go over to our other store and manage the two managers that are over there right now because they fear for their safety when I'm around. Quote unquote.
Their safety?
Yes.
Like what safety? Their emotional safety or physical?
Yes.
Well, I don't care about emotion. This is work.
Yep. No, that's the thing. I went in to do an inspection the other day at our other store. Our GM had quit unexpectedly and put this person in charge without really clearing it with us first. And I'm asking some questions, and the dude decides to start managing me. He's like, yeah, so you can just go ahead and leave and we can reschedule this at a different point. And I'm like, so I'm your boss and you're not going to manage me. You don't get to do that. I will come and go as I see fit, And he then proceeded to have a complete emotional meltdown and is currently threatening to sue. So it's
because you hurt his feelings. Is that even a thing?
He went outside and cried. Right, and then threatened to quit. He was like, "You're the director of operations. Go operate." Right, pointed at the store. And as he's walking away, I'm like, "You take one more step towards your car, I'm going to fire you on the spot." And he starts walking towards me, and I'm like, "You take one more step towards me, I'm going to fire you on the spot. The only place you get to go is towards work." And it turned into him recording me illegally. You're not allowed to record private conversations when it comes to work. So it's been a very interesting week. I've had a very challenging week. So Ken, they likely had a conversation with him today, and he probably quit. So my life might get a little difficult tomorrow, but whatever. So it is what it is. So yeah, it's been an interesting week. The city of Seattle is not very. We have two stores. One's in Redmond, which is outside of Seattle, and one's inside the city of Seattle. And the one store inside the city of Seattle is basically the employees have more rights than management. And so these two are flexing everything they possibly can, including saying they fear for their personal safety because if I come around. So yeah, it's been an interesting little week. I want to punch that kid in the face.
I
but
would never want your position.
No, I didn't want him in position sometimes either.
Buck says, "Wait, Jordan made someone cry. You're a leader." Ken
Yeah.
says, "Ever think about moving to Winnipeg?" And Alex says to Jordan, "How often do you wish you could fire yourself from the job?"
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Okay. New switch hooked up. Everything's hooked in properly. Power V in. V out. Okay. Power on. And for whatever reason, this MOSFET doesn't seem to be working.
Can you check to make sure your wire terminals are actually touching wires, the screw terminals? Because sometimes I've pushed the wire too far in and it's squeezing on the insulation and not making contact with the actual wire.
Can do. Check that.
I mean, I've never had one of those MOSFETs be bad. I mean, it's not impossible, but Dash says, I also bought the Batcave Shadow Box Lego. They just came along, retired the set, and a few others I bought on eBay. That might have been a bad thing. I have that Lego box, the Shadow Box, the Batcave. I have not put it together yet. Buck fired himself yesterday, just waiting for his severance package. I hear like 40,000 people took that option. I don't know if it's true, but 40,000 people that were probably close to retirement anyway, probably they took the same thing, the buyout. Dash says, Jordan, let's go for drinks. We've both been having bad weeks.
All right. So I'm not sure what's going on here. For whatever reason, this MOSFET's not working.
Yeah, try a different one?
Yeah, absolutely. Try a different one. Okay. Turn that off. That. Yeah, thankfully, without the soldering, this is so much easier. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one wire soldered. So.
Well, two now. So.
Yeah, but we kind of proved that that's not necessarily necessary. I think I was doing that just as a troubleshooting method. So.
Yep. So that off the side. Grab another MOSFET.
Andrew's back. He said the kids are now in bed. Donnie says, I know what's not going on here. Lights. Smiley face. Thanks, Donnie.
Appreciate that.
Buck says, last I heard 20K took it. We expect them by 40K by tonight. With the delay of the deadline till 1 a.m., I'm sure it will go up. Yeah, I watched something. It was Levitt, the press secretary, said it was 40K already. That was, could have sworn it was last night, but. And Dash says, well, the judge supposedly stopped that, saying the employees can't be fired if they don't take the buyout, but how many of them do the job versus sitting around? Oh, that's a risk of having people at home. I mean, right. I know for a fact there's people that, you know, they schedule the cable guy. Like, let's say you work from home 2 days a week. You know, that's the day you're going to have the cable guy come. That's the day you're going to have the maintenance guy come. That's the day that you're going to go pick up the kids from school. And that's the day that, and so there is some advantage taking because the cable guy shows up and you're messing around with him for 15 minutes or an hour or whatever. And that takes, and you're getting paid by the company for that. You're not working.
Right.
That's so I'd imagine there's varying levels of abuse when people are not being supervised with eyeballs. There's other people that just they work their ass off even more at home. I find that since I have access to my computer all the time, is that I can work way past my working hours. I'm out on salary, so I don't have working hours, but I can put in more or less hours just because I have access to the machine. So, I mean, I was on a call last night at 9 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
Ken says button issues again. Yeah, we're trying to figure out why this second setup doesn't work. It's wired the same way as the first. It doesn't want to work. So either a bad switch or a bad MOSFET we're trying out. Buck says, I also read today IRS is making people who took it remain until May 5th. They have to keep blood sucking until they and nothing. The end of that comment. And Ken says, that's the day you're all going to drink at work. The last day.
Okay.
Buck says, I found I got less done in the office than normal. Why do you think that is, Buck?
So you used to working at home and normally not in the process? Like everything is not quite where you expect it to be, or
for me, when I was in the office, I had a lot of people coming up to you and asking for help and asking for stuff. And there's so many distractions in the office when you didn't have the like work related distractions. To be fair, you have distractions at home as well. But it's when I go in the office, like the work I was doing was getting stepped on all the time by people walking up and asking for help and stuff like that, which is great. The CIO thinks it's fantastic. He calls it the law of 2 feet because people have a harder time saying no when they're staring at you in the face versus like an email or a message or something. But he thinks it's great because you get stuff done quicker, but it also disrupts you a lot more for what you're doing. And multitasking is a myth. You really only can focus on one thing at a time, and context switching is not effective. So I don't know. Was supposed to be then you didn't hire me for the typing. Gotcha. There was people there. People talked to you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
that's exactly it.
Book says you could say it's very people-y at the office. Yeah, that's true. That's a separate kind of distraction. But I think working from home, there's a lot less need for managers when you have people working from home because they don't need to come stand over your shoulder.
Right.
And the manager's like, what are we going to do? I know there's a lot of companies that don't have ways to measure productivity and performance. So, but that's on them.
Okay.
All right.
New setup.
New setup. All right. What the hell?
What am I doing wrong?
Something else is fundamentally wrong.
I'm going to grab my... Am I getting power?
Alex says he can't believe how strong stock LED strips adhesive backing company. 4-year-old adhesive. Yeah. LED strips can have very strong backing, especially if it's that gray 3M stuff. Andrew says home versus office depends on the type of work and the worker. I agree. Culture of the workplace plays a role in how either one is successful or not. I also agree.
So it's getting power. I don't know why.
But the switch gets power from those same wires. So the switch should work even if the MOSFET's not.
Right.
So what I don't understand is why that switch doesn't even, the LED should turn on. I mean, it's literally connected directly to power. It's on the same screw terminals, right?
And it's wired the exact same way as the other one.
So why doesn't that switch work? The switch should work whether or not the MOSFET works.
So I'm going to try.
You want to hook that one back up?
This one over to, well, yeah, I guess just hook this one up and see what's going on. Like, I don't know. This is really strange.
It is. Buck says, I work in an office with 9 people, and while we all work money, we're working different types of money. Ken says, is the other one working? It was. That's why I'm like, maybe we should hook it back up and see.
That's what we're doing right now.
Alec, I never trust CDs with backing, always secure them in separately. And Alex says, Andrew says, I certainly don't trust it over time. Yeah. I think he's talking about not inside his model, but on his desk. Like he had LEDs attached to his desk.
Mm.
Don't forget, you need to attach the switch wires too.
Yeah.
I didn't see you grab them at first when I started saying that. I apologize.
You're good. Me and electronics.
Buck says, that was funny this morning. I had the power supply for the monitor and docking station double-sided taped to the bottom of the desk, and they were really upset to leave. They didn't want to let go. Yeah, I mean, it's strange because, you know, like his situation where he had to basically, he was home for so long that you just mount things, right? All of a sudden you got to unmount things to take them back into the office, and they don't want to go.
Yeah, this one works. Oh, hold on. I know what's going on. Yeah, I know what's going on. Oh, Jordan.
What'd you do, Jordan?
I think I got... So in VN, I think I got I was plugging the thing into the wrong side. It's out. It was there. It's there. Okay. Loosen that up again. So yeah, this one works just fine.
I work from home only when necessary. Since these are completely off topic what you're doing, I'm not going to put them on screen. Works from home when only necessary, i.e. kids sick or daycare canceled, but it's not as easy. So much of what I do has to be done on site. We always get people stepping in. I would imagine so. And I, with what you do, Andrew, I think the face-to-face means a lot more, doesn't it? Like, versus like, I don't know what you call it, telepaster? What do you call that?
Right.
You know, I don't know. Don says, aha. Dash says, user error. Donnie says, Jordan did a boo-boo.
Well, I mean, maybe. I think I've been doing this. Like, what I think I did was wiring the switch into the wrong side. This is what I think I was doing wrong. So
Ken says ESU. Buck says, funny thing, I now have two 27-inch monitors with a 35-inch widescreen in the middle. So much monitor. Yeah. I liked it when I was at work because when I used to be in the knock, I had 3 monitors. It's fantastic. Dash says the ID10T error message. Yes. Well, maybe.
yeah.
We'll see.
Maybe wiring this one up the same as the other one. So we'll see. Nope. Oh my God. Testing to see how strong I connected it, and I pulled it right out. ID10T, indeed. There we go.
Buck says, the great thing is I have people worldwide I deal with in my program, but now Europe and Asia get email support only. Oh, Ken explained ESU, equipment smarter than user. I thought it was
that would be true.
You know. Dash says, I would love to have a computer with 2 monitors maybe one of these days, or just buy a big flex screen. you know, I personally like having 2 separate monitors, which is what I have on my desk now here in front of me, versus like one big curved widescreen. Oh, what the hell?
Interesting.
Do me a favor, disconnect the MOSFET, but leave those wires twisted together. So the power in that has because we should be able to test the switch without the MOSFET attached. As long as the switch is getting positive and ground, it should work.
And it is. But as soon as we plug it into the MOSFET, it doesn't want to work.
And do you have it grounded? Where do you have the switch grounded? To the pin or to the VN?
Right now it says grounded to power. So go VN negative here. And positive. Well, these wires are getting a little funky at this point.
Let's see. Yep, the Bass Ackwards show. Maybe. Donnie says the Bass Ackwards. Maybe. And it just could be the way that these circuits are wired.
Now it's not working.
And all we did was connect it to the MOSFET.
Yeah.
And I mean, but the wires are still connected together. All we did was add MOSFET to it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's in the same trigger spot. Weird. Wonder if the Enterprise has anything to do with it. It shouldn't, but
no. I mean, you can disconnect it just to see, but it shouldn't. Let's see, that's in the issue. Always Ken ESU. Ken says too close together.
Yeah. It was the Enterprise.
Why?
Very weird. It's powered it down. I'm going to go ahead and plug it back in. Yeah, it was the Enterprise.
Andrew says, I've got my laptop screen plus 2 additional screens, but I really want a 49-inch widescreen for editing timelines. Yeah, I mean, there's use for that. My thing with one big widescreen, like Aaron has one big, like 42-inch widescreen, right? Is I have multiple programs running at the same time, and it's much easier to slide them from monitor to monitor than try to chop up one big display into multiple monitor views.
Yeah, it's the Enterprise. This side.
Interesting. No kidding.
Weird.
And if you hook up the Enterprise directly to, like, if you just hook it directly up to the power input, it lights up fine, right? Obviously, it's lit up before, but it's not like the wires are backwards or something, right? That red is ground.
No. Weird, man.
Let's see. I'm sad I've been here 10 minutes and no sound effects. Oh, yeah, I see your problem. It ain't got no gas in it. Dash says, you can play them, Buck. Yeah, Buck says, maybe you let all the electricity out. Donnie says, do you hook the ship up backwards? Yeah, that's why I was asking if red and black were backwards, maybe.
Give it a try. I mean, I'll see if that's it.
MOSFET and circuit set up for 5 volts. Enterprise running at 12 volts?
No, 5 volts.
It's all 5, right? Okay.
Yep.
And Andrew says, are you passing power through that to the ship?
Yes.
Yeah, so the MOSFET is acting as a switch for turning the ship on and off.
Nope. Nope, not wired backwards. So yeah, when the Enterprise isn't hooked up, the switch works just fine. Hmm.
Try hooking the Enterprise up directly, just to power. You can just twist it to you disconnect the wires from the MOSFET and just twist it right up, you know.
Yeah.
The only thing I think would cause that if somewhere it's pulling a short, but it wouldn't work at all. That's why I'm saying we can test this, but.
Mm-hmm. Man, I'd hate to think that the Enterprise is shorted out. We just had to go in a minute ago, though.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Nope, it works.
Hmm.
Hmm. Very weird. And I was able to get it working a couple of times, but not consistently.
Yeah. Donnie says, how many volts do the lights in your base run on?
5.
Yeah. Don says, test the MOSFET without the wires. Dash says, Jordan's not a Starfleet engineer material. We'll just have him as security.
It's true.
Actually,
yeah.
Buck says, the more I see these problems, the more I appreciate my dumb wires with mechanical switches. Yeah, well. Andrew says, could be the ship drawing too much power for that unit. These MOSFETs are rated for 400 volt, or 400 watt, I should say. Anywhere from 5 volts, 36 volts, up to 30 amps. So I doubt it. But there's a caveat when it comes to MOSFETs, which is they operate on the idea of voltage differences. So when you apply gate power, which is the yellow wire, that triggers the gate and causes it to pull the circuit down to a drain or to live, depending on if it's NPN or PNP. But this really shouldn't matter for what we're doing.
Right. So
red shirt, Jordan.
What if we?
You got a black shirt on. Section 31.
I do have a black shirt. Thank you. What if we just try to hook the Enterprise up to just the main switch, and just see what happens?
Sure, since you know that side works.
Yeah. Let's give that a shot.
Just put the Enterprise into the output of that one.
Yep. Along with the oh, you be quiet. Thank you. All right.
Alex says, are you sure you connected the warp core correctly, or you didn't grant your head of security the chance to eject it? No. Donnie says, a red shirt in disguise. And Buck says, I think they operate on FM principles. Fucking magic.
Okay.
I'm getting a headache.
Yeah.
And I'm going to the bathroom. So I'll be right back.
Sounds good. All right. So we have in and in. These two tied together. I haven't had chat up in a minute. Wow, 115 comments have come through since I last looked at chat. Nice. Oops, my bad. So this one's going to go into in positive. I might have to do a grand finale part 2. I was like, was that ambitious? Are we actually going to get this thing done tonight? But here at the end of the stream, I'll definitely show you guys the Star Destroyer. Now that it's also turned dark out, be able to see a little bit better. All right, that's in. I see that. Dash says, I hear the more you screw up, the more they promote you, or the higher they promote you. Let's make him an admiral. Yes. Indeed. All right. And one's in. Switch on. And I think it's the Enterprise. For whatever reason, I think the Enterprise is trying to pull too much power, which I don't know how that would be possible, but yeah, it seems to be the Enterprise. So let me disconnect the power here for the Enterprise. Does the switch work? Yes, it does. How interesting. I wonder what that's all about. So, huh. Very interesting. So, let me just
because the only thing inside your what's inside the Enterprise?
I have 2 cops, one in each nacelle. A bunch of I probably have like 8 LEDs, and then I have an Arduino running the nav lights and everything in the saucer section. Yeah, it didn't work, so I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure it's powering up the cob again, just to make sure that everything is going properly here. As soon as I plug in the Enterprise, the switch stops working. Everything.
Andrew says, which Arduino are you using? It's a Nano in there, isn't it?
It's a Nano Every, yeah. Yeah, and that works just fine. Very strange. What could that be?
I'm wondering if it's something to do with the Nano. Thinking.
Mm-hmm. Dash also says the same thing. It runs on Steam, I tell you, and I'm wondering if it's the Arduino. Donnie says, hook the Enterprise to the relay and trigger the relay manually. Like with an actual switch.
Well, if you're going to do that, I would. If you were going to do that, I would say you install the second switch into the box.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Replace the side panel with the one with 2 switch holes, and you just power it with a physical switch, and then the base touch capacitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I that's the Arduino. I'm trying to do whatever. Yeah. More okay. Andrew says, I wonder if the Nano was demanding more than the unit was putting out, but I checked, it takes 5 volts in. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you powered it on the 5-volt pin of the Arduino way back when.
Yes, I did. Yep.
So it's not using VN, or sorry, not VN, but the regulator, the power regulator.
So what if I try plugging this into the same with the cob? Give it a try.
Oh, you mean like connected to the same outputs?
Same outputs right
Did
now.
you know it works?
Yeah.
You can try it.
All right, give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, this is strange. Learning things. Thankfully, I'm not having to solder every single time we're having to change this, because otherwise I'd have been over this already. Okay. Power on. Yeah, there's something in there. Oh. I don't know what I just did.
Voodoo.
I wonder if it needs a signal or something like that.
Well, no, it's because the Nano's in there. I'm wondering if we need a flyback diode. And a flyback diode is used if you were to like try to control a motor or something like this. So if it's capacitive or an inductive load, because there are circuits on the Nano, right? There's a capacitive load. There's probably inductors, but it's probably more like capacitive load. And I wonder if it's something that load is well. I mean, flybacks would keep the power from going back to the MOSFET and burning it out, but because the LED strip is on there as well, that's taking up some of that load, so the load is constant, which is making it stay on. So it may be something to do with the type of load that you're putting on the other MOSFET when you hook up the chip, because the Nano's inside. If that was just straight wired, I bet you'd work. It's because the Nano's in there, I bet you.
So do we
Nano to test it with? Your air, okay. Yep. Ken's talking to Alec. And Buck says it was the effing magic. Yep. Maybe in an second for releasing it. Would the Nano be like an R2 protective mode?
It seems to be working every time now.
You don't have a capacitor, do you?
No, I don't. Could order one, but next week. Probably Tuesday.
Do you have a 10K resistor?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Let's try putting a 10K across the output terminals.
Okay.
Andrew says remove the base lights and see if it still works. That returns it to where it was. We can, but what I'm thinking is if we put a small load, like a 10K, from positive to ground,
$10K. That's what that says up there in the corner, right? 10K.
Yeah, you can look at the stripes on it. Hang on. Color code for a 10K is brown, black, orange, and gold.
Nope. Oh, that was.
Is that maybe a 1K? In that case, it's brown, black, red, and gold or silver.
That's what that looks like. That was like a 1K. Yeah.
It's a 1K.
Do I have a 10K? 4K. I don't think I do.
You might be able to want the 1K. It's you just want to make sure that it should be fine.
1K. Okay. I have like 3K.
Donnie says I can
1
email you a capacitor. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I wonder better if there was a load. There was always a load there, because it could be that when the Arduino fires up, it pulls enough voltage to lower the voltage enough that it kinks the MOSFET, because that, again, MOSFETs are transistors. Transistors base everything on voltage differences.
Okay.
And that's just to give it a kind of a capacitor to be better, but to smooth it out. And you're giving it a path. You're basically putting a load on it by putting a resistor on it, so there's always a constant load, but it should prefer the path to the Arduino versus the resistor.
Okay. So I have a 1K.
Do you want me to email that too? Yeah. So disconnect the cob strips, and then you can leave the switch connected, or the ship connected, and just insert a resistor into the positive and negative on that side.
On the ship side or on the
So disconnect the cob from the
cobs?
MOSFET,
Got it.
because we want to make sure this works. Is it brown? Is it red? Is it purple? Yeah, looking at resistor color codes is brutal, because brown can look like black, silver can look like gold. It's brutal.
Yeah, and I just have the like little, it says 1K on there.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put this in on the positive side or the negative side, doesn't matter.
You're going to bridge the two. You're literally going to
short.
You're going to short the resistor across the output terminals.
Wait. We're going to do what?
Yeah, you heard me.
So we're going to bridge it right here.
Reconnect the ship, and you're going to run a resistor between those two. Yes. Okay. Worst case scenario, it cooks the resistor, but that's fine.
And literally just bridging over the top.
Yep.
Okay.
You can do this with alligator clips and make your life easier. And that way, if the resistor were to pop, which it shouldn't, but if it were, it won't be inside your plastic base. I bought you alligator clips, or you bought some alligator clips, didn't you?
Yep.
Well, then don't connect that.
So do what now? Okay.
Grab some spare wire. It looks like you have some right there. Connect it to the output of the MOSFET.
Okay.
And we'll just wire this off table or outside the box, literally.
Okay.
Let's see. Donnie says, boom. Dash says, that's why I like mini pots to adjust resistance. Yep. Andrew says, I got all mine in individual labeled baggies, so I know what they are. Mine too. Jody's back. He says, awesome, you're still on. Buck says, don't let the smoke out. Well, it might be a smoke show. We'll see. Dash says he's going to make Jordan jump when the resistor turns black. This is such a small voltage. I doubt it's going to happen, but we'll see. All right. Grab some alligator clips.
Your alligators, where'd they go? They're right here. Okay. Connect up to each side.
Mm-hmm. No, you don't even have to do that. You can twist those wires together. You can twist the red to the black.
Twist the red and the black?
Yeah. No, not those two. Twist the red to red, black to black.
Red.
All we're doing is creating a tap, basically.
I see.
Instead of having jumper, you could have alligator clips all over the place if you want to do it that way, the hard way.
Right.
Buck says, I don't use alligator clips. I use crocodile clips. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It says caps go
Okay.
boom, there's burn. They do. Caps are fun.
Then I'm
to
gonna
pop. The cap, the bigger the pop. So now, yeah, connect the red to the red, black to the black, and at the other end of those alligator clips, just throw the resistor in between.
Oh, I see. Okay. That.
We're just putting a solid state, basically a solid state load across on this circuit. Because it's definitely something to do with the Arduino. I think the Arduino is either pulling down too much voltage and breaking the reference ground or something. So a capacitor might be here, need to be here. A diode might need to be here, something like that.
So just like that?
Yeah, now hold it, because if it's going to catch fire, you don't want it near your model. I don't think it's going to. We'll see. Do you need a drum roll? Andrew's like, you didn't even need to take the resistor off the sheet. He's right.
It's true.
He's right. Here, where is it? Nothing.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, well, it's worth a shot.
Are we hooked up to power? Just want to make sure we're actually hooked up here. Yeah, we're hooked up to power. Yeah. No. How interesting. Well, I will say this: I'm willing to totally accept just when the model powers on, when you press one button, everything turns on. I'm also willing to totally accept that. If we can't figure this out.
Let's see. Hold on. These people are saying it's not a good idea to switch the ground of an Arduino off. You should switch on the positive side, which this is obviously a negative side. Let's see. I suspect the leakage is flowing through RP1 via the protection diode. Try moving RP1 over as same as these other things. There's also a current path from A4 to D1. RGS ground may be enough to partially turn on the MOSFET. These complications argue for a second transistor and Tom gauges the requirement. Which one? Yeah, this I'm guessing it's the circuitry inside the Arduino is freaking the MOSFET out. What about the circuit that I have attention? So what? It will turn itself off again. You're like, okay, let's see. Oh my god. Push button. Oh, that's awful.
Andrew says crack open the C and hook the switch right up to the Arduino. You know, probably wouldn't be super hard, but I really don't want to. I did use CA up here on the saucer, so it is possible. Yes, the advantages to keeping the boards in the base. That's why I did it with the Star Destroyer. Why I will do that with every other model going forward for sure. Some coffee on the wiring. That should help. Yeah, no. No. It's so funny is like how messy my desk gets, how quickly. Yeah, very strange. I thought about putting antenna controls in here. I actually bought one for it, but I held on to it. Wanted to use the Arduino instead. I think the antenna controls was set up for 12 volts, and I didn't set this model up for that. So, Yeah. Andrew says, Jordan, the only part of my work area that's tidy is the part that appears on camera. I try to keep it a little tidy around here, but as soon as you start working, it's just like crap gets everywhere. It's amazing, especially on stream. You just start like pulling everything out and forgetting to like put it all away. Yeah. I don't have a U-board buck. Says you can use a buckboard to reduce the voltage. I actually don't have one of those. I mean, everything's set up for 5 volts. It's a 5-volt power source. Like everything is 5 volts. So interesting. Yeah, it has to be doing something to stop the. Like,
Well, and you know what? If we had known that this was going to do that, there's a way we could have just powered the ship directly, and then had the you can send it a wake signal. Basically, you would have the board on, the nano would be running in low power mode all the time, and then the MOSFET or the touch capacitive switch would send it a wake trigger to say, hey, when I go high, come turn myself on. So as long as it had power, the nano would always be there running. It would just be waiting for a gate signal to say, you'd have an input pin.
Right.
All right. Well, I'd investigate. Maybe we should put what do you think? Should we put your tint on your board?
I think so, and I think maybe it's time to tint the board. Yeah, why don't we do that? And then I'm gonna eventually need to actually get the cob put into place too, so we can do those two things while we're trying to figure all that out. That works for me. So let's slide some things out of the way real quick. Let's get the Enterprise off to the side. Stay over there. All right. So what I have, switching gears, all the mess. Picked up some tint film to put on to the Enterprise screen here.
Oh, and you drill a hole in the base. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Should we probably put the tint on first, though,
right? Maybe. Only because it may make less of a mess to drill through that acrylic first. Because once the tint's on, you don't want the acrylic. I feel like the shavings would go in between the tint. You'll have an impossible edge to be able to clean. You can always make a cross cut in the tint and poke it through the hole. So
good point.
Yeah, I feel like.
And we said right back behind the shuttle bay, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, I mean the ship can be off center. Doesn't weigh anything. The base probably weighs more than the ship will. So.
Oh, by far.
And that way your schematic is visible under the ship instead of like poking in the middle.
Exactly. All right. It is a 6mm outer. Double check that. Yep, 6mm. Let me go grab my drill bits. Excellent. Might actually grab my drill too. Ooh, power tools. And also, power tools. All right, we're charged up. All right. Need to actually invest in some actual tools here. Because all of my drill bits are all scattered and different sized. A little bit big. And that's right on the money. There you go. Okay. No, don't do that.
Alex gonna go eat.
So, any tips? Should I put a piece of tape, like a piece of
Yeah.
painter's tape down?
Yep.
Okay.
That's really to prevent chipping and from it tearing up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do I have something to
Johnny says,
drill
now that you mention
into?
that, Todd, my tint is already on, but I still need to drill the hole. I'm worried because the tint is adhesive, so it's got a glue on the back, and if you drill the hole afterwards, that some of the shavings would get under the edge, and then it'd almost be impossible to clean them out. So you'd have to have
Right. You should just be able to punch the base down too, or punch the base through the hole too as well.
Yeah, you'll be able to. Once the tint's on, you can just use an X-Acto to cross cut inside the hole and just poke it down into the hole.
Right.
Because if it gets under the edge, you're either gonna have to pull the tint off, or put some kind of grommet or a little washer or something over the hole, and it won't look as good, I'm afraid.
Right. Double check to make sure I got my spot right. Circle marks the spot. Very cool. That went through real nice. And let's just make sure that I got the right size. I should have, but just in case. And probably just need to bore this out a little bit. And bingo. Perfect.
Nice and clean.
Nice and clean.
Perfect. I love it.
Goes in there real nice. Yep. That's what that turned out. Pretty much exactly where I wanted it. Very cool. Now we have is this 3M backed smoked out black film, tinting film, basically. So it is. This is a foot wide. This is 16 inches. So we're going to go this way. And this is 22. So that. There we go. Get this across. Grab my hobby knife. Straight. Cut a little bit below that. There we go. Yeah, that sits over the top. So nice. One a little bit big on purpose so I can trim off the sides. I'm not trying to fit it exactly.
Ken says, anyone else buy the Reliant base? What, you don't know Makita? Ian would be disappointed. Donnie says, there's a whole breed. Donnie says, cut it larger than you need so you can handle it by the edges and trim it off. I totally agree with that.
Yep.
Are you going to use soapy water?
What's that?
Are you going to use soapy water? And do you have
I didn't. Do I have a squeegee?
You make yourself a little soapy water, like fill a whole
Okay.
coffee cup with water and just add like 1 or 2 drops of like dish soap to it.
Okay.
It'll make your life so much easier.
Okay. And then
It's
I think I have a squeegee of some kind.
You know, all my years of playing, cars, like decals and
cut off a little bit off the edge here.
don't go straight to the edge if you can.
What? No, yeah, I'm just basically I cut out a larger piece than I actually need. It's like so.
Don says you don't need water for this film. Do you say so?
I'm gonna go do so anyway.
Donnie says cut it larger than you need so you can handle it by the edges. Yeah, I was thinking once he puts the piece on, he could flip it over and just run around, around the edge with an X-Acto knife.
Exactly.
Face
warm water or cold water, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're doing it because the soap is just like doing. Donnie says he put his on without water. It's the same thing as using decal setter.
Oh, I see.
Same idea, and that's why they put like window tint on. That spray that they use is just soapy water.
Got it.
It lets you move the tint around and squeegee out bubbles and stuff. And then when it dries, it's tacky, so it holds it in place.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see if I can go through my tools real quick. My tools are in my car. Those are supposed to be. All right. What can I use for a squeegee? Oh, maybe use. It's probably dirty though with UV resin. It 100% is dirty with UV resin.
Donnie says Windows 10 needs the soapy water. This is made to be put on without it. Okay. Well, then we can always try it without it.
Well, give it a try. I don't know what I would use for. Let's just give this a try and see what happens. Oh, interesting. Smells like UV resin. That's what it smells like. Wow. See what I need the squeegee here for, though. That went on real easy. Wow. Okay. Wow. What can I use? Can I maybe use the side of this thing? Where packaging this was from.
Now, something I'm reading in the reviews that they're talking about is these people have said, when I use my squeegee, it scratches it.
Huh.
However, what other people are saying is what they don't mention in the instructions for this product is that there is a second protective film on the other side. So when you're done, there's a clear film that you peel off, leaving these.
Peel off. Oh. Oh.
Interesting. Did you know that, Donnie? Dash says credit card. Yeah.
I'm basically just using this side of plastic.
Sharp edge. Yeah. I have tons of squeegees from all the decal work I did. He's saying read chat, credit card. old plastic card or credit card of some sort. Read chat, Jordan.
Hold on. Let me go grab a casino card. Yes, Emerald Queen Casino.
I'm just so afraid that these have sharp edges. That's all.
Huh? It works. This is definitely super thick. I've also come across window tinting film before, and this is much thicker than that.
Donnie says, I was just looking at mine. It does not have a protective film on it. Yeah, what the people are saying is, like other reviewers, I did not realize there are 2 films to peel off. So it kind of adhered a little, but not really. Interesting. Donnie says, yours is by 3M.
Yeah.
No, I think you bought the stuff that I bought, right?
Yeah, I bought the stuff that you bought.
No, I don't think it's 3M.
No, it just has a 3M backing on it.
The link you sent me for Vivitar branded film. Okay.
See if there's a second layer on here.
I don't know. I'm trying to get more information on that. There's a couple people saying there's a second film. See if you can see anything. FYI, here's again, there's 3 layers to the film. A thick clear layer used to protect adhesion, then the black layer, then another clear layer on the non-sticky side. Not sure what that layer is for, but it peels right off.
I'm horrible getting stickers off, so we'll see. Hold on.
Well, and you may not want to peel it off until you're ready to do like another layer or enclose it, because
Right.
no point in getting fingerprints on something nice.
Right. There definitely has to be another layer on there because that doesn't look like it's a nice surface there.
Okay.
So
see if it's got that protective layer. I'm seeing multiple people saying that there's a protective layer. Donnie says, no, there's definitely not a clear layer. Interesting. Okay.
Huh.
Now, to be fair, I think this listing has multiple colors of the tint, like clear, like black, black, dark black, whatever. And the reviews are all for the same. So even there may be protectives on the colored ones, for example, and not on the black. And Donnie says, be very careful trying to peel it. It will peel the printing off the display. Yeah, that's the other, like once it's on there, it's on there.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it could be that the colored ones have an extra layer and the black ones. Clean the surface with soap and water. Ensure all debris is removed. Carefully remove the overlay from the sheet. Spray the overlay side with soap and water. Well, their instructions say use soap and water. The soap and water prevents the overlay adhesive from sticking while you apply it to the tail light. Carefully apply the overlay. Smooth it out as much as possible using your fingers. Use the vinyl squeegee to push out the soapy water. The more soapy water you push out, the less bubbling there will be. Make sure it's evenly distributed, et cetera, et cetera. Carefully pull. As necessary, use the hair dryer, heat up excessive vinyl, and trim. And that's it.
It looks like there should be an outer layer on this, just based on how the finish looks.
Donnie says, I might have done that just a bit on the corner. Oh, trying to lift it up. Yeah, that's the thing with the tint is that the way it's printed on there, I'm afraid the tint would pull the printing off the acrylic.
Yeah.
The video they linked says don't. Well, that's confusing. Because their Amazon listing says use soap and water. They have a website. I don't see a YouTube link.
I wonder if there's anything on.
Try using the edge of an X-Acto knife. Use the blade of an X-Acto knife, because if there is 2 layers, it can find them pretty easily.
No. I can't. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, I'm kind of just messing around with the part that I cut off here at the end, seeing if there's anything to grab, pull up. No. All right, I'm gonna take a look at the main sheet as well. Well, it's still connected to everything else to see if there's a 3rd layer on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't trim the edges until you're done. That way you have a way to hold it, and like Donnie was saying, you don't want to. Oh, Ken says you can just cut a piece off, test on a scrap.
Yep.
Yeah, like Donnie says, you don't want to get fingerprints in the adhesive. That's why you want to cut it on bigger, so you have handles on either side. Makes sense.
Yep, I have a little bit of a handle on each side here. Not much of one, but I have enough. Yeah, it doesn't look there's an outside film.
It is or not?
I can. No.
Okay.
There's not. So that's just kind of what the surface looks like. It's not the most wonderful, actually, if I'm being real, but
it's definitely not like mirror smooth.
No, it's not. There's a texture to it, and I swear it looks like it wants to, but whatever. I don't care.
I wonder if it would smooth out if you ran a hairdryer over it and squeegeed it again.
Let's go ahead.
Like if you heat it up and just kind of smooth it out, I wonder if it would go smooth. Because it was rolled up, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
When you lay something that's rolled and it's conformed to that shape, and then you lay it flat, that material has to go somewhere. And since it's vinyl, we use the hairdryer all the time to wrap vinyl around corners and stuff on cars. So you warm it up and then it stretches, and you can get into different nooks and crannies. And I wonder if you were to heat it up, if it would smooth out, just not too hot. And then use your squeegee on it and see if it'll smooth just lightly. Donnie also says it would be a lot smoother if the display was smooth, but the display, it is not. Does this display has a textured surface?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Yeah, Dash says, need some of those tweezers Keith posted. I got them, and they're fine, Tim, for working great for stickers and getting under that double wide sticky tape. Yeah.
That seemed to actually do a little something here.
Ken says, maybe you should have cleaned the acrylic before adhering the tint.
Good, yeah. Too late now. Unfortunately.
We're learning.
We are.
Because to be fair, it's not the absolute end of the world, because, if you have to get a new L-Cards display, we order another one.
That's right.
It's not the total end of the world.
That's actually making a difference, though. Just helping the surface kind of tack down a little bit more, get a little bit smoother on there. That's doing a good job.
Yeah. I mean, it's not plexi. The real L-Cards use their plexi. That's going to shine a lot more.
Exactly.
I think this was more to have what looked like a mirrored black display or a smooth, shiny black display that is backlit and it comes to life, right? Instead of being able to see it.
Exactly.
Well,
on the other side of it too is this the acrylic picks up fingerprints really, really fast, and it's kind of difficult to clean.
I'm sure that the real Elcars displays on the show did the exact same thing.
Oh God, yeah.
They're touching the panels and everything. It's just they're wiping them off between every shot because it's just leaving fingerprints everywhere. I read that. Donnie says the black seems to be printed on top of the colors, leaving the colors recessed. I 100% believe that. They probably used multi-layer black to act as blackout because a single layer of black with the light would have gone right through it.
Yeah.
So they probably painted the black on thicker. Buck says like Alpena, Michigan. It's not the end of the world, but you can see it from there. Jody says you can poke out bubbles with a pin. Yep, we would do that too.
Yeah,
but if you put it on really well the first time, you won't get bubbles.
Yeah, I didn't get any bubbles, but it is. Yeah, what I'm seeing is just a weird surface texture on here is all. So, but this has made a huge difference. Smooth it out quite a bit.
That has helped. I mean, it's not a mirror, but it's better.
No, it looks a lot better.
Now, if you plan on adding a second layer, I would wipe that surface down before you adhere the second layer to it. It may be even smoother on the second layer because you're putting some material between the rough surface of the panel and the top of the second layer, right? So the first layer acts as almost like an insulator to help smooth it out, and then maybe the second layer will be even smoother.
Good point. All right, so let's go ahead and rub that off. Should I use a little bit like maybe IPA?
No, you can just use some water.
Some water?
Oh, yeah. You got some. You got a little towel or something, just wipe it off.
Yep.
Yeah, like you can see the print where the print is, the actual Elcar's print has created recesses and it's not smooth itself.
Okay.
I almost wonder if it's something that we could have got like a piece of smoked acrylic or a piece of clear acrylic and tinted it or something like that and put that over it. I'm sure the capacitive would work through those layers, and you really could have ended up with like a shiny, perfectly shiny black surface.
Yeah, I bet you. And I think for the Miranda or for the Reliant, we should definitely give that a shot. That's a good idea. I like that.
I just don't know how recessed this panel is once you put it in the box. Is it flush with the top? Is it recessed a little bit?
It's flush.
It is flush.
There's maybe a millimeter, But you can of course always cut down these little the side blocks for holding the thing up.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't have an edge or like a ledge around it. It uses those blocks to control the height, right?
That's correct.
So you could cut those down with your saber.
Yep.
Have it for recessed and put a layer of clear on top of it.
That's right.
Like a piece of smoked clear.
Yep.
That's what Andrew's using. Yep. He goes, yes, it will. We're using smoked plexi with the Elcars, these Elcars. Yeah.
Okay.
That stuff gets expensive. Real acrylic is not cheap.
No, it is not. I was looking at that. I was like, oh my. All right. So let's get down another piece here. This one I'm just going to go ahead and not worry about trimming down too hard. Forehand. Oh, Jordan, you just put your fingerprints right across the top. That's that. That's that length. Go straight. A little bit bigger there. And cut. It's down. Go ahead and get this cleaned again real fast before we put that down. So should we put the soapy water down or?
That's really, if you're not having a problem with bubbles.
No.
The soapy water is to get it placed correctly. Like if you're trying to get a line in the perfect spot. If you were putting like a pinstripe on a car or something. But since it's just one big piece and you didn't have a problem with bubbles, you probably can skip the water.
Okay.
It's mostly just to help you move it around to get it in place and then squeegee out the bubbles easier.
Got it. No, don't stick down there. Why am I having? There we go. Oh my God. The first side went down so nice. So the first one went down so nice. This one is trash. Unfortunately.
You want to know you want to know a little trick to keep the piece from being curled?
Please.
When you peel the backing off of it, it's going to be tough because it's curling because it came in a roll. But if you when you peel the backing off of it, put the tip side down and hold that flat, and then peel the backing away from it.
Oh, so kind of peel away.
Yes.
Got it.
The sticky side ends up facing you. That works really good for like anytime you have to do like stickers, decal stickers, things like that, Lego stickers. Jody says no, keep the backing on. Are you talking about the half and half method? He says just peel the edge.
Just peel the edge and then just get a little bit down, and man, this thing is.
Well, that's how I do huge stickers. Yes. So peel about like if you want to do it that way, peel about a fourth of it back. Cut that piece off peel the backing back about fourth. Cut that piece of the backing paper off, so only about a fourth of the adhesive is exposed. Then you align the piece to your plate, get that quarter locked in place, and then you peel the backing the rest of it and squeegee it towards the paper as you go. You roll it down basically.
I see.
Now use some scissors or something to cut that off. That way you're not exposing all of the adhesive at once. It's easier to work with. I do this when I put carpets in all my models. This is how I explain how to. You just expose just enough that you can get it started, and then you peel the rest of the backing paper away. Jet says in the movies we use tape in the middle and remove half, and same thing.
Okay.
Yep, paste it in and slide it on as the film rolls. Jet says, use tape in the middle, remove half. That's the same idea. You only expose like half of it at once, so you can just get that top edge aligned and in place, and then you use your hands or a squeegee to smooth it down as you start removing the rest of the backing paper.
Right.
See, I would be using a squeegee right now, and I'd be following the edge of it as you expose more and more. There you go. That's it. This is how I put the huge decal, because sometimes we did this whole thing for one of the big BMW shows where we had 3 or 4 cars that we decorated as emergency vehicles. Like we had a Polizei car, we had a Notarz ambulance, we had a Feuerwagen something, the firefighters, right, in Germany. And we put huge decals all over the hoods and along the sides of the car, and big text decals and reflective stripes and all sorts of stuff. We did a really good job, I thought. And you can't put those big ones, like the police car has this big lion shield that is typically on the hood of the German police car and on the side. And this big one must have been 2.5 feet tall. Well, you can't, my sister had a 4-foot plotter cutter, and so she could print these, she could plot and cut out these huge vinyl stickers. But to put it on, you got to do a little section at once, get it lined up, get everything in place, and then you peel the rest of the backing paper away and squeegee it out.
Wow.
There you go. There you go. Jody says thumbs up. Nice. I do like that black now.
Looks much better.
Yeah. You going to give it the heat and squeege?
Yep.
Coining that term right now.
Heat and squeege.
Yeah, the heat and squeege. Nothing wrong with that, right?
Actually.
Oh, actually?
I poop from there.
Not bad now, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to him. Oh yeah.
Just smooths it out, nice and smooth.
You are fully functional, aren't you?
Of course, in every way. I am programmed in multiple techniques, a broad variety of pleasuring.
I always think of Mike's video when that took place. Yeah, that does a great job of stretching that out. And yeah, that's good. A little bit more mirrory too, like definitely getting that second layer on help.
Yeah, the heat might be something that Donnie can try too.
Really makes a big difference, actually.
Smooth it out, baby. I mean, you're basically telling it to be flat again.
Yep.
It was on a roll. It probably warmed up at least at some level, probably in transportation. You know, and vinyl like
And it's a super tight roll too.
Yeah, if it's a super tight roll, especially if the thicker the vinyl, the worse it is. It'll conform to a shape, and if it heats up, it'll stay in that shape. And that's why you always see people with heat guns when they're like doing full wraps on cars, and they have those huge pieces of vinyl. They have heat guns. They use the heat gun to heat it up and make it so it's a little softer and stretchy. I agree with Jody on that one too as well. Buck says, just remember, Todd, if you break Jordan, you have to pay for him. Wait till he gets his little box on Sunday. Jody said if you use turtle wax, you can polish the card scratches. Yeah. The wax will fill in the tiny scratches in the vinyl, so you can literally wax the all card surface. Mm-hmm. Donnie says, off to bed, guys. Bye, Donnie. Good night.
Hey, Donnie. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you coming.
Great stream, Jordan.
Thank you, sir.
I do like how black that is. Woo!
Yeah, it's definitely the second layer makes a huge difference. So I need to get some proper squeegees. That's for sure.
Why didn't you say something while I was on Amazon?
I know. No, it's fine. Come on. All right. That looks much better.
That does look really good. Yep.
And then turtle wax, I like that to help kind of clean up the surface. Very good.
Yeah, it's nice because that way you can, now that it's on there, you can trim the edges. But it's you're going to get fingerprints all over it. So having a nice wax layer will probably help a lot to keep it shiny and fill in the gaps of any scratches. And the bad news is the people that have tried to use a MOSFET to control the power to an Arduino have failed.
Really?
Yeah, it's something to do with the voltage it pulls. Not that it can't be powered with 5 volts, but the way it pulls voltage, it has to do with the gate and threshold values of the MOSFET. I imagine it could be done with a very special MOSFET, but the ones we got are kind of general purpose.
Right.
And it's probably causing something where it's pulling the gate voltage down to the point where it can't be triggered.
Okay.
Ken says, Todd, will you be able to get a Reliant intro done for our build releases? When are you guys planning on releasing that?
My first video is going to go out on Sunday. I don't need the intro necessarily. So that'd be more of a question for Ken. Ken, if you want to wait a week, we can. Totally.
No, I should have time this weekend.
Yeah, we sat last Saturday and we recorded together for about an hour or so, just trying to figure out like what we're going to be doing for format and how we're going to present the buddy build and what we're going to call it. So we're calling it the an HTM buddy build. The USS Reliant HTM buddy build is what we're calling it. So, and how we're going to record, like we're going to do
Find that.
a sequence every week with each other where we sit down and record and see what we've done and for the week, and then what we're going to be doing the following week.
Let me go find that movie.
I don't know why I made that more difficult for myself.
The Wrath of Khan. Was it in the other movies? A Miranda class? Here she is.
Any other movies? You know?
No.
No. Wasn't in 3. Wasn't in 4. It was the Grissom in 3.
Well, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the Reliant if there's shots of it from angles where you couldn't tell it was the Reliant. Just to have some other shots to choose from.
Yeah, just Miranda class. Tons
Yeah.
for Next Generation. But it has the specialized roll bar over the top because there's a lot of Miranda classes that have different roll bars.
Yeah, like the one from where it keeps hitting the, what was that, the episode where it keeps smashing into the Enterprise and blowing out the nacelle and
Cause and effect. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one different?
That one is different. That's actually a Soyuz class, not a Miranda class.
Okay.
Slightly different.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna pull
So
this.
that's all trimmed up. Oh, it's really good. Let's.
I'm grabbing the movie now so I can handbrake it.
Oh, sounds good. I am going to hook up the MOSFET and see how this looks against the back.
Just hang the switch out the side, something.
Yep.
See how it goes. I can't wait. Andrew says, could you turn on and off the windows in the ship using another Arduino in the base? No, because the power draw would force you to grab a MOSFET anyway. This may even work with just a normal transistor if we find the right one. It's just these particularly these little pre-made ones. It may be the specs on them are not enough. The threshold voltage is too low or too high or something. Andrew says, call it the HTM Aligning the Canadians buddy build.
Right.
I love it. The HTM Reliant buddy build.
Oh, dude.
Look at that.
Oh my God. That is so cool.
You know what? I agree with Donnie. I think some kind of diffuser behind it because you can still see the hot spots where the LEDs are.
Yeah.
Like his, where he used this little white sheet of styrene underneath, just attached it to the bottom. Like something like that, or a piece of paper. Something. The styrene's good because it's thick.
Yeah.
Diffuses a little better, like just a sheet of styrene.
Yeah.
But yeah, that looks really good.
Okay. Sweet. So
And
what I'm gonna
if
do
you
right
turn,
now.
if you turn all the lights off, dude, how bad is the glow around the edge?
Oh yeah, good point.
Let's see. The probe's power down 1 and 4. Oh, are you calling out another Miranda? I gotcha.
Oh yeah, you're right. I believe that was the Lexington, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just if they probably reused the same model, even if they re-registered it.
They use the same model for every one.
Yeah, I bought the Excelsior NX key today at the hobby store. Oh, nice, Dash. And Jody says the double tint was a good call. Yeah, we have to thank Donnie for that. Donnie was the one that threw 2 layers on it, said it really made a difference.
So there is definitely some bleed around the outside for sure.
Yeah. Dash says you could have called it the HTM border crossing. Yeah.
What did you use? What were you going to suggest using for the around the outside?
Around the edges?
Yeah,
I
like you said,
was
electrical
telling
tape.
you just to create a gasket with electrical tape.
Okay, sweet.
So maybe fasten the cob in place.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now.
And I would put it as far down as you can against the bottom of the box, because the farther away, the more it'll diffuse, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Ken says looks really good. Andrew says I'm probably going to use a black gasket around the edge of the D-base. Yep. Ken says I sealed the seam with electrical tape. That's what I'm recommending, and I will show him how to do it. It's easy.
Yeah,
All right.
I think I have parchment paper here.
Got Wrath of Khan. Let me grab a handbrake. I love handbrake. My favorite. Scanning. Scan complete. All right. Let's. What chapters do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17 chapters. Okay. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
All right. There's Khan in his little space pod. And there's Khan on the Reliant. So it's somewhere in here. Interesting enough, it looks like it's the same chapter when the Enterprise leaves the space dock. That amazing shot. So we're going to export. Oh, cool chapter. Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. I don't need surround sound.
I actually measured correctly. Wow.
Todd, if you want, Todd, you can watch Will's intro stream to see how he had it. Are you talking about the gasket, like tape? I have an idea, and it should work fine. It'll actually help hold that thing in place too. The Elcars. Okay, guys, I'm out. Not used 5 a.m. yet, and driving to work. See you later, Buck. Take care, man.
All right, Buck.
Buck says, see you tomorrow night. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Watch Will's intro. Oh, his intro video. Oh, I don't know. I don't watch other people's intros.
Okay.
Andrew says, I'm considering building a huge L-Cars MSD. Yeah, well, that graphic, you probably could. Use it as the YouTube background sometime in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I found a massive, like, super high-res version of that MSD display.
Oh, really?
I sent it over to him because I think that's what they're going to use for the base of the big Ds.
Hell yeah.
Dash says the PL. Oh, yeah, they are. Yep. Okay. All right. What version do I want? I don't need 60 frames. It wasn't filmed in 60 frames.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fine. Let's figure out where we're going to put it. We're going to put it in here.
So now there's the base thing here. So let's go ahead and build the little base thing. And looks like fairly simple construction.
That's fine. Put it there.
It goes through like that. I see.
Encode it.
Wow. A little base thing just broke.
Fantastic.
It's fine though.
What is it? Just some thing to hold the rod? Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, it's a thing to hold the rod. It's
Something
fine.
reading that exact graphic to pronounce it. I did see that picture. Yeah. Yeah. It looked excellent. I'm just saying for like if Jordan wanted to do it, if he ever needed it, that graphic was fantastic.
What's that?
For the D, he posted a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Discord, I don't know, it was like maybe a week ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
In his print shop that was holding up the base print for the.
So I have one very similar to that one actually.
Jordan can come in real quick. Yeah,
Of course.
Jordan. Yeah, come on in.
Absolutely. Man. Always.
Oh hell! Wait, stop. Whoops. I was encoding the whole thing. I don't need the whole thing. Yeah, let me encode the entire movie.
Hello.
So, buddy. Yeah, how are you?
Good. That inner base should have film protecting it on both sides.
Oh, is that what's going on here?
Yeah, and or you may even need to take a file and just gently sand out just a little bit of that gap of the opening because it is really tight.
Yeah, I'm noticing that, and I broke one of the sides already. Yeah, there is a film on here. You're right. Okay. On both sides too, huh? Wow.
I had one that only had it on one side, but yeah, usually it's on both sides.
Okay. I don't know why they're focused on making this so clear right here. It doesn't need to be.
Well, I guess it depends on how you're putting your lights down. Like some people may cover the entire bottom with a light, or have lights running across the bottom.
Good point. Very good point.
I've seen one person do it that way.
Oh, like strips?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, I think they ran like 4 strips or whatever kind of across the bottom.
Well, and the benefit of this tape idea I have is that it will also block out that cob strip. Not only will it act as gasket, but it'll also block out the edge of the cob strip from making the right at the edges glow. So
yeah.
And it's not permanent. You can replace it or redo it or something.
Oh, that made a huge difference, Ken. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, encode complete. Now let's take a look.
I figured that one out the same way. I broke that little piece off there where it's really thin. Yeah, it glues together, whatever.
Yeah, I was like, whatever, it's gonna be inside, no big deal. But still, yeah, it was just that little plastic film that was on all of it that was making it impossible to work with.
Andrew says, if it were me, I'd be filling the bottom with LEDs and adding a white plexi sheet halfway between the lights and the L cards and diffuser. Yeah. I think the idea that around the edge was to try to avoid the hot spots of having rows, because we're going to edge block that cob so it doesn't come up to the top. We'll see.
And I think it depends on how much stuff you're going to have in a base too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to start having a light board in there and speakers, stuff like that, you're not going to really be able to run the rows on that size.
All right. That's put together. Seem to pop out that little central thing right there. All right. That will sit somewhere in.
Cut your tint.
Oh yeah, good point. So in this case, we're just going to go ahead and just do one power up then. We're going to connect everything all together into the one MOSFET.
Yeah, I mean, we know that works.
Yeah, and that's all I care about.
You know, you have a main power switch. The only alternative is to have a second switch for the ship. But I think you wanted to keep the LCARs as like at least something works, right?
Yep, that's all I care about.
Yeah, they're not that deep, Andrew.
Yeah, they're maybe an inch tall, these bases?
Maybe.
Yeah. Dash says, are the bases dark enough to block the light? I think the black is. The black walls. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
They don't glow, do they?
No.
No.
The base itself, no, they don't.
Super thick.
Andrew says, if you find a solution later, you can always change it. Yep.
That's right. All right, so just let the CA dry on that one a little bit. So now we need to go ahead and I need to think about how much wire is going to be coming down through the post. And
just a heads up. Why the hell?
Yeah.
What's this doing? It's very strange. You know, you can put a plug on that if you wanted to. So you can lift the base off, the acrylic cover off, and disconnect your trigger wire, your capacitive wire. You know, you have plugs, don't you? Little JSTs.
Yeah, I do. I do have a JSTs.
Just so, otherwise, because if you solder it in place, you're permanently connecting that LCARS to the base, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you wanted to do that. If you wanted to put a plug in place, you could lift the top off. So the wire you're going to solder onto the capacitive pad, right? That wire is up to the LCAR. But as soon as you do that and you attach it to the back of the acrylic, you're bonding the top to the bottom. I didn't know if you wanted a disconnect point there for ease of
That's a good point.
Back of this box or something like that. You need one wire. So even if you have a 2-pin plug, you just don't put anything in the second pin.
Yeah.
I just thought
that's a good idea. No, that's a great thought. Yep.
Yeah, Dash. That's a medium size.
Andrew says, how does LCARS get secured to the base? Can you open it again later on? By default, it just rests in there, doesn't it? But it's a pretty tight fit. It just rests.
Yeah, it's super tight fit. Yep.
But my plan is to seal the edge. It's going to hold it down too. So.
Okay.
But yeah, if you needed to get in there and change something, you could.
All right, new project. Yeah. What is this project named? Reliant Group Build. Change the folder.
Okay. We're go over here with that.
I'm doing stuff.
Nice.
You're looking at buying some of their bases, Dash?
I think you had a big order from Cozmic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I really like what they're putting out. Like you guys did say, though, I mean, maybe he should remove the escape and the F1 or whatever on those LCARS screens.
The Enterprise is not Windows based.
No.
We're good.
Okay. I didn't close that, did I?
Yeah, Andrew, we're both using the newer Reliant Pop, where you don't have that stair step on shape on the sides and whatnot, but it also doesn't have any sort of window markings at all. It's baked right into the decals. So you could either use the photo etch set and drill your own windows, or like we went with from Will from the ensign's chair created his own files, and that's where we're using the 3D prints for his like the windows and stuff that he's given the plans to Lake Monster Detail, and Lake Monster's selling them.
And what he did was I'll show you what they look like here. So like they're pre-printed in place, just like that. And so there's a bunch of them.
And there is a lip on it, so you can cut the hole a little bit smaller and then set it in place. You don't have to,
Yep.
Get it 100% accurate.
Yep. And then the light boxes that I printed sit back behind there. And then
Yep. I don't know that I need the light boxes as bad as you do, but I'm still going to use them because you're going to have the Arduino and you can do stuff like turn on different sections of the ship at a time.
That's what my idea was.
On and off.
Exactly. Although I've been half tempted to just go, do I really want to go that complicated? Because I cannot go with the light boxes as well.
Yeah.
So,
and I was talking to Jerry over at HTA. No, not HTA. The lighting, and he is going to try and modify, I think, the Reliant board so that it actually has the engine warp engine effects like the Enterprise refit does. So,
cool.
When you turn on the warp nacelles, the impulse engine turns off. The crystal changes color or whatever. All that stuff.
Cool. No, that's great.
Do all that with an Arduino too.
So it just wasn't originally baked into his original board because no one's really was ever concerned because the Reliant never had its warp engine seen.
Right.
So then I think he's only got limited space on those boards for what he can do, I think.
Jeez.
Yeah, Andrew says it's too bad he never got his hands on the DeBoer's Reliant. Yeah, that looked amazing.
Never heard of that.
The DeBoer's Reliant. Yeah, it's a 1350 Reliant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dash says, I've already got 6 of them, but I got all mediums. So I was just trying to figure the size. I got to build one for my War of the Worlds kit. Okay. I did a small one for the TIE Fighter that I built, and those ones that I built for the 1/1000 scale are also the small ones as well. So if you want, Dash, you can ask me tomorrow on stream, and I can show you the difference in size between the small and the mediums.
Grab a small wire here for what we're looking to do.
And then Andrew says, "Oh my good gravy! Imagine you lightbox every room of windows and program a random on-off so it looks like people are turning on off their quarter lights. That would be insane."
Yo, that's where fiber optics would really come into play too.
Yeah. Well, a little bit easier to do on a 1350. Not a lot, but just a little.
Just a wee bit. All right. So I am going to wire up the plug connector here. Is Todd saying something?
I'm scrubbing the movie.
Oh, okay.
Pulling clips. I can mute.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just like, I thought you were breaking up or something like that.
Yeah. Dash says, need to get your list of parts and see what you guys are doing to see what you guys do. But what was the effect Andrew hated? And Andrew said Raytheon. Our first episodes, Dash, we go over all the aftermarket we're using. We show it and then discuss it.
So Ken, you I said I'll be able to release my first one on Sunday. Is that good for you?
Yep, that's perfect for me.
Sweet. Excellent.
Yeah, that one doesn't take much editing for that. That's just a lot of
just putting it together. Yeah, basically just for everybody, we basically went through and we did a lot of talking there in the beginning. So
yeah. Dash says, I think I ordered the green strawberry photo etch. If they had any, I can't remember. Green strawberry photo etch for the Reliant. I got mine from
Paragraphics.
Yeah, Paragraphics, and there's only a few of the parts that I'm going to be using off there. The rest of it's all being replaced by the resin. A lot of stuff like the wheels. Like I'm not going to use the window jigs to drill out windows. Some of the grills I'm going to not necessarily be actually. Most of the grills I will be using, but some of the other stuff I won't be using, like around the shuttle bay, stuff like that.
Yeah, basically what Will did was he started out like Paul over at Paragraphics like sponsored his build, but he wound up finding that the photo etch was not detailed enough for him. So he wound up like doing more, which was really cool. This is going to be a really cool build. Like this is going to be a really good looking model, I think.
Yeah, like some people say rivet counting is bad, but the way Will does it, he's not a true rivet counter, but he's damn close, and he really looks for those details.
Yes, he does,
and does the best he can to bring them out.
Yep, I cannot disagree with you on that one.
Andrew says, no chance I'm doing that on the D. Too many windows, but you could have fun trying it on the B.
Yeah,
individual rooms.
That would be kind of a cool idea, I do have to say. All right, so this is, I just took a JST connector and then I went ahead to expose a large portion of the wire. That's going to be what we attach to the back of the acrylic. Then we're going to loop it. So that's where, right around where we're going to press it. So I went ahead and put the JST there. And then what I need to do is create another small, I can find my wire. What did you do with the box of wire? The one singular box of wire. There it is. Nice. There's not much room for anything to get lost in here, I swear, but it will. All right. Let's go ahead and just grab red from that one as well. Go a little bit long for that one. Perfect.
Let's see. Yeah, Howard, he doesn't really have a large. He just has the medium. I don't know if he's waiting for something specific to do something for a large or what the case is.
Oh, for the base.
Yeah. Yeah, Howard, Raytheon is basically when you're light blocking the entire inside of the ship, you put down a mask over the inside for where you want the lights to shine on the outside to make it look like there's a spotlight shining on it. So it's just an artificial showing of a spotlight is basically all it is. So if you watch the 1350 builds, you'll see a lot of times the guys will actually, like for the lights spilling onto the registry on the saucer of the Enterprise, you'll see them use the light coming out from just under the bridge there to shine on it. The Raytheon just does it from the inside, shining light through the plastic is all it's doing.
Okay. Now what I'm doing is I'm soldering the control wire to the touchpad. And that solder blob that's sitting right there at the very end. Then put into place. And we're almost ready for assembly, actually.
Jody says, I would love to get in on one of the group builds someday. I would love to have you.
Yes.
I mean, we're group build. We're kind of doing the Grissom here coming up.
And what Ken and I are doing like just an HTM themed buddy build, basically.
Yeah, just a buddy build. We could also look at doing bigger buddy builds later in the year.
Yeah,
Where we get more people involved.
absolutely.
Especially at this style of buddy build, it's really easy because we're mostly just doing our own work and just getting together for a few minutes of videoing together. The rest
That's
of it's
right.
your own video.
That's right. Keeping it super simple.
Good night,
Okay.
Stephen Haynes.
Night, Stephen. Thank you
Night,
as always. Dude, it's 3:30. My God. You're a true gentleman. Thank you.
For the second part of that, I would maybe make that the bare wire.
I did. So what I did was you think that's enough at the very end, or should I do more?
That's probably enough. Didn't we test
figured-
different ways of attaching that to the L cars too? Like we found that Scotch tape is terrible. Like it has some kind of static on it.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was though. It was something, but we're gonna have to figure that out here now, actually. Probably go with a little bit more here at the very end. Well, a little more.
Yeah, Andrew says, as I said, it's a cool idea. I just don't like the way it looks. Looks like glowing through the plastic.
Yeah, I'm.
I'll trial it.
One, I'm gonna. Yes, that's the thing. I want to give it a try during the paint blocking process, but if it doesn't work, it's not like. I just worry with the amount of electronics that I'm going to be shoving in there that it's actually going to get in the way of just wires sitting over the top. I worry about that. So it's a cool effect, but I don't think it's necessary. I think
the only thing I'm thinking is because we're running light boxes, we can actually keep a lot of that lighting out of the way or out of the wires out of the way.
Very true, and just keep them lined up along the outside, almost like Will did as well. Like he kept his really nice and clean around the outside.
Yeah,
Are you talking about Raytheon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know I've seen it and I liked it, but I'll try it.
Give it a shot.
Oh, exactly.
Okay. So I think outside of punching the hole.
Do you want to test your wire?
Go ahead.
Hook it to the plug and make sure it turns it on.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. There we go, line that up. Power it on. I don't know what it's picking up, but it's picking up the board.
It probably detects you touching it too.
Yeah. I don't even know where to put this thing.
Because I think the longer that wire is, the more sensitive it's going to be.
Good point. Well.
All right. It's good.
All right, seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, since it's capacitive, basically it's the larger that metal wire surface, the more sensitive it's going to be, which you'll have to maybe adjust depending on if it picks it up through the plexing.
Right. So do you think then the next step should be attaching this where I want it and testing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right. So
Are you
we're
able
gonna
to
go right? What's that?
You blacked it out. Can you see where it needs to go?
Right. Power that down real fast. Yeah, seriously. I almost want to do. I'm going to put a fingerprint down on that spot. Which did not transfer.
Well, is that smooth plexi? Like, is it the shiny side, the white?
Yeah.
Oh, just you can use like a Sharpie to wipe off.
Oh, okay, perfect.
or some kind of, little pen or something.
Yeah.
Should be able to wipe it off with your finger.
Yeah, Dash, you've got it. That's pretty much what they're doing. In the
See,
motion
wipe it off
picture,
now.
they used
Wipe it off
reflective
make
light.
sure it comes off. Jordan, now wipe it off.
Huh?
Make sure it comes off.
No, it does not.
Well, put some alcohol on it real quick.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure how permanent it might be. I have to use something else,
Right.
like like an aluminum, like a mechanical pencil or something.
Yeah. It's actually a good idea.
Instead, because you don't want that black line showing up.
Is it coming off?
Yeah, well, it came right off.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, if you use alcohol soon enough on a Sharpie, it comes off. But
yeah,
leave it on if you don't.
All right, there we go. You can see a slight line there. Now, I wonder, do you think UV resin would be a good way to put this down, or
if it'll stick? Resin doesn't like to stick to things.
that's a good
But
point.
if you can make it into a little box around the shape that you want, and we can find a way to adhere it on there. Good night, Andrew.
Night, Andrew.
Night, Andrew. Thanks for stopping by, as always.
Yeah, and the other thing is Howard too. When I for the Reliant I'm doing with the red lights after Khan's taken over, and they're attacking the Enterprise instead of the white lights.
Let's try UV resin, see what happens. Just charge the battery.
It doesn't have to be the strongest bond in the world. You just don't have to hold it there, really, and be clear.
Just a bond.
Yeah. Wise.
Yeah, I'm just looking right at it without my glasses.
That's good.
I'm not a smart man.
Way to show your viewers the right way to do it.
Safety last, always.
He's dead, Jim.
A little bit more, and that actually does a good job of holding it in place.
I like accidental success. It's the best kind.
Yep.
Can you feel it cooking your finger?
Yes, I can.
Giving you a finger tan?
Yeah, I literally just charged the battery too, so it's like super strong right now.
Dash says use erasable markers. I figured he didn't have any. I was going to say like a dry erase marker would work perfect, but
You know what?
he
I
probably
did.
doesn't have any.
I have 4 sitting right next to me.
Oh well, that would have worked great too, but this works fine.
I'm unhelpable sometimes, I swear. Right?
Yeah, Howard, I'd recommend watching Will's videos, Instant Share. Really get you in the mood for building that Reliant.
Dude, he does a great job. He brings models to Wonderfest as well, so I'm looking forward to meeting him this year. And the beauty of the UV resin is if this doesn't quite work, there's no real damage because we can just pick that right off. So
Yeah, exactly, Dash. Why is your index finger so tan versus the rest of your body?
don't you talk about that.
Because Cat is
Don't
dark.
body shame me.
Some of it came off. What?
All right, that's on there. Let us.
Not yet. Not yet. You haven't hooked up the wires.
No, I know. I'm itching shoulder.
Oh, I thought you were going to drop it on there.
No.
You haven't hooked up your
No.
cob wires.
Nope.
Or your model wires, for that matter.
Nope. So let us grab the model.
But this is all very.
wires.
Before you, they need to go through the pipe first, man. Or are you just testing?
I'm testing right now.
Oh, okay.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, through the pipe, then through the cover, then through the little clear base thing.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, we've still got to put the gasket on. You have a black electrical tape, right?
I do. I do.
Yeah, surprisingly, Will doesn't have that many viewers compared to what his quality is for what he puts out.
Seriously.
Yeah, so Dash just say he's going to go sub to that channel.
Seriously.
Like, if you build Star Trek, then you should be watching his videos.
I think I'm going to order.
Okay. I am.
What's that, Todd?
I've inspired. I've inspired.
It feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't. You got spoken over by Jordan.
Oh. No, I just said I'm going to order a pizza.
Pizza.
A pizza.
Order a pie?
Yeah. Something stuffed crust feels right.
Mm.
So I'm going to rate my transaction at Amazon. Well, not until he gets it.
All right, here we go. Power, good. It works.
Beautiful. That's amazing.
Although you just get close.
Yeah.
You have to touch it.
We knew that was going to happen.
Yep.
But that works good too, though.
No fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Look, Obi-Wan says, "Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Turn on." All right, though, that is really cool. Just gonna keep doing it over and over again. All right, excellent, cool. So now we need to.
Do you want to do the gasket real quick before you run all your wires?
Yes.
And pipe through? So
Yep.
The whole idea of this is that we're going to create a strip of tape all the way around the edge.
Okay.
Kind of explain, but basically, if you just cut pieces that are wide enough to fit inside on each slide, right? So for all four sides, you're going to cut a piece, and it needs to fit on the inside. I want to say inside diameter, but the inside surfaces, right?
Okay.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to just attach about half of the tape to the inside surface, leaving the other half of the tape above the edge. And then we're going to fold that edge down to be horizontal. And then the L cards are going to lay on top of it. And at the corners, we're going to prep it, right? So we're going to, like you would fold a box top down, is where the corners come together is you pulled one side down, you pull the next edge down on top of it and fold the corner on top of it. It seals that corner. And then what you'll end up with is basically a gasket. It'll probably be leaning at about 45 degrees. But when you put the top down on it, it'll lay it flat.
Okay.
How much above the edge is how much edge you have in your L-Cars display, right? So if you have a 1/4 inch all the way around your L-Cars display, that's how much should be sticking up above the edge.
Okay. And then
another way to do it is to tape it to the L-Cars, but that's a tougher way to do it.
Right. Okay.
You're basically creating an angle iron of black. That's going to create a ledge that this will lay down on. I just don't want you to cover up any of the things that'll be lit. That's why I was saying, the lit surface, that's all you want. You don't want it to block into your display.
So I'm getting this right.
Cody says his wife was laughing when you couldn't stop playing with it. Well, that's how Jordan is.
So set it, just for proof of concept here, we're going to lay this down along the edge. Just like this, right?
I would do it on the inside of the box, but you can use the box will be easier.
Inside of the box. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So on the inside surface of each edge or each side, with the sticky side facing out, and you're going to fold the exposed edge down so it'll act. That's what the L cars will sit on.
So sit like this, and then you basically fold it down just like that.
Just like that. Yep. And all you're doing
sticky side is.
Yeah, the sticky side's up. The L cars will sit on top of it, and you're basically going to create your own L bracket gasket all the way around. And when it lays flat, it'll also cover the exposed cob. So, and when we fold the corners in and tape the corners, you'll tape it to itself basically. When you fold the corners in at each corner, it'll kind of stay down.
Right. Okay. I see what you're talking about. I like it.
I just don't know how much of it needs to stick up based on how close the graphics are to the edge of the L-Cars panel, because you don't want to obviously covering the graphics.
Right. They're not really close to the edge, so I think we're going to be fine.
Oh, that's good then.
See, I did mine the easier way of just closing it up and then putting the tape along the outside edge.
Yeah, but then can't you see the tape?
Not really. I mean, if you're up close and looking at it, yeah, but
I got you.
It doesn't cover anything.
I'm trying to hide it.
Yeah, it doesn't cover anything that's lit up.
I got you.
Yeah.
I see.
But I like your thinking on doing it this way.
Yeah, I'm trying to seal it from the inside, and it does two things. Well, it does three things. One, it's going to seal the gas. Two, it's going to cover the cobs, so you can't see them directly. And three, it'll hold the L cars in place. So if they get turned upside down, the L cars doesn't fall out.
Yeah.
Well, Dash, you'll be amazed at how quick those skills come back.
What's he saying?
He's talking about how he's kind of getting back into plastic stuff and Star Wars, Star Trek things. He says he's a baby to it and worse than Jordan when he started. He's a long way behind. But look how fast Jordan's, progressed in a year. Didn't even take him a year to get huge leaps.
A year ago, thinking about like soldering and doing something crazy like using MOSFETs and capacitive touch sensors and all of that would have been such a foreign concept to me. It was a foreign concept to me. I also was like, I can't wait to build the Refit Enterprise A or the Refit Enterprise. I can't wait. It's gonna be what I do to prove that I'm a modeler.
Yeah, Jordan and I were saying for it to be an actual Wrath of Khan build, we'd have to one person do the Enterprise, one would have to do the Reliant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I need to disconnect these real fast. Just because need that to stay inside. I run some tape. That's going to be running up through the base anyway. That one there. Down. And down around the inside here. Yeah, now this actually, when you were describing this before, this is basically what I was picturing in my head almost, but I was doing it on the plate itself instead, or on this instead. So similar thought process, but okay. So Bend it down. Get it down along the inside. Pull that down.
And then at each corner where it overlaps, just tape each piece of tape to the next tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And where the tape, the only thing electrical tape likes to stick to is electrical tape. So it's a great bond, and it should hold that edge down. You just you fold them down, fold both edges down, and then just tape them to each other, and it should hold that corner for you.
It certainly does.
Do I have a coupon code? No. Do I have any rewards?
Okay.
Dash says he's been doing electrical stuff since he was 12, so he's good with that. So the modeling with the building and the painting, they're just skills. You'll learn them, and I mean, don't worry about making mistakes. If you've got money to buy the kits, then you can just start with some cheap, easy ones and work your skills up.
That's right.
But you watch people like Will; he'll really show you. He can really make it look easy.
Yep. So Todd, I can already tell that this is going to work, just based on everything here. Okay.
Excellent.
All right. So I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, you can start wiring
That front. Yep. Let's go ahead and get our hole punched for this. Probably, what should I use to get the post through there?
What?
Like Todd said earlier, just put an X in it.
Yeah, just cut a little X in the where the recess is for the hole, and then just push the tint down through it and you can even use the pipe to push it through if you needed to.
Perfect. Let's see how that goes.
Do they make like a black? They must make like a black aluminum tubes you could probably get. Hey.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they make like anodized tubes or something.
I think that would look much nicer on some of these Star Trek and Star Wars models.
Well, you can wrap that tube in electrical tape too.
True.
All right. So that's through.
You could also metal prime it and paint it.
Or like a gaffer's tape or something like that if you wanted a texture on it. Something like that.
Okay. So we need to set that off to the side. I need to run my wires down into the Enterprise and through this base here. Or through this post.
Well, on the upside, at least you only have the 2 wires coming out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also part of my problem. Right. So that is through. How does that fit in there? Fits in nice and secure. Excellent. Oh, that's in there real nice. That went in there real nice. It's holding true. Okay, so I think for the sake of posterity, I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of a length.
Just be careful, Jordan, you don't set the model on some of the tape. Might peel off.
Yep, I was just thinking that exactly at that same moment.
As soon as you picked it up, I saw it sticking to the top of the ship. I was checking all your registry details and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I love it. I think he said shipper prize.
Shipper prize?
Oh no! What is going on? What is going on here? Students and
going on where?
What?
Huh? 2 different gauges of wire, but this should be fine. No big deal. It's no big deal.
I am have to mute myself.
Okay.
Are you just extending the wires?
Yeah, I'm just giving myself a little more to work with just in case.
Okay.
Although, is that really even necessary?
Depends how you have it laid out in there. Wouldn't hurt. I mean,
I feel like
yeah, I'm just enough wire coming out the bottom of here.
I really feel like you do. I mean, think about where it's got to go. It's got to go to the power leads. The MOSFET can be anywhere.
Yeah,
Good
point.
It's just another failure point, adding another junction. That's all.
Good point. Okay. So then,
so you can put your plate on.
say that again.
I was just saying, so now you can put your plate on, or?
I got to wire everything together, but I think in order to do that, I think you're right. I got to put the
yeah, you got to put the plate on, and then you got to put the clear base part on.
Yep.
And then
so I can run the wires to that.
Yeah.
Yep. Good point.
I know. I tried doing it the other way. Yeah. when I did mine, and it was like, oops,
no,
unsoldered.
Yeah, I had a brief moment where I'm like, wait, hold on. Why isn't my brain braining good enough here? Okay. All right. So let's get that. Set that out of the way. So the Enterprise is sitting on top of the plate itself. Let's get our wires run down through here. And then this plate gets both. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Excellent. Then it should just be as simple as running everything into the power slot here. Okay. Wow. All right.
But we've seen how that's done so far tonight. You say simple.
True. It's very true. I'm going to take a sip of coffee first and see what happens.
Well, Jordan, you've been going for 4 hours already.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, we're almost done. I mean, that's a caveat to it. There's been a lot of experimenting tonight.
Yes.
But good experimenting. Learning things. I mean, we now definitely know that we can't, like, if we're going to run an Arduino and you're intending to use this sort of base, which we are going to be doing for the Reliant, we're going to need to think about that sort of thing.
Yes.
So this all teaches, and especially like the Reliant's going to have an even crazier base because we're going to have it animated. So
yes, I look forward to seeing that.
Me too. I can't believe I was spelling Cozmic Scale Models wrong. What a dumbass.
Yeah, see, and all I did was just click the contact us link for their email.
You know, Ken, that just makes sense. It really does. It just makes too much sense.
Good thing I was nice to when I spoke to him.
Right.
Wasn't like accusing him. Why haven't you spoken to Jordan?
Yeah,
He'd be like, Jordan never spoke to me.
And then when I look at the email address at the top, I'm like, oh, Z.
Spelled with a Z or a Z, depending what country you're from.
I'm from, yes. The Z country where I say Z. right, that's in. Get our negatives hooked up. And in. All right. Let's just make sure everything's working. Oh. Everything works.
Good.
I had a brief brown pants moment there for a second. I'm like, please God, just work. Yes. Well, there we go. So now that wire, we can really set this. I'm going to turn this off because this is going to keep annoying me. So would you recommend securing this MOSFET down?
Oh, I have no idea.
The only thing I would do is maybe just some electrical tape just to keep it as far away from the actual button.
Got it.
Just so you don't pick up noise or anything. I'd keep the switch away from the MOSFET. I'd keep the switch away from the wiring. And the only thing that's in that corner is the actual contact wire, and I'd keep that all separated.
Yeah, it shouldn't experience any rough handling or anything.
Yeah.
No,
Like that's when you just use some tape. You can just use some tape to hold it down.
Okay.
Hey, Eric.
Yep, I'm still here. I said grand finale on on this video for some reason or another, so here we are.
So darn it, we're staying here until it's done.
Yeah, I want it to be a grand finale. I want to be done. What did I do with my electrical tape?
Well, I might actually get to do that.
It's over there.
You might actually get to that point, Jordan.
Yep, right
just
here.
Like,
I mean,
just like how you weren't, you know, when you were working on finishing the C, you're like, I'm never going to finish that. I'm like, why are you trying so hard? Let's get it done, and then boom, you were done.
One stream. Yep.
Just like the base. Let's just do it.
Yep. That's what I'm here for, man. I just want this done. Like, as much as I've enjoyed this build, like, this has been really cool building this base, but I'm just ready to. It feels really good when you finish a model. It just feels really, really good, I think.
Oh, it does, for sure.
I can tell you what, electrical tape also likes to stick to acrylic, I'm seeing.
Well, that'll work out well for you in this case.
Yep. All right. So that's down in place. Well, I didn't even think about, though, however, where that base was going. Did you wind up using these two little pieces here in the middle just to kind of help support it around the outside?
I think I did. No, I didn't, because the only one I did was the small so far. The smalls don't really need it.
Kind of what I'm feeling too. Like, this may not need it. So
no, you've got the clear base part under there, right?
Yep.
So that should support the middle part. Or no, it won't, because it's gapped. It's gapped. Yeah. Well, there's no really any weight though on it.
Right.
So I don't think you will, because I mean the pole, the tube is holding the model, and then it's the bottom of all its weight. It goes onto the clear piece, you know, if anything, which is touching the bottom of the base. It should be fine.
Yep. Okay. I think we're good here. No,
Eric says that there is a lot of fingerprints.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's the inside of the base.
Don't forget to hook up your plug.
No, I am.
Okay.
They have Liveness probe. Liveness period.
Oh my God, come on now.
Pinging every 6 seconds. Timeout is 5 seconds.
Oh, Jody. Jody says, I was about to say, what's that smudge on the model, but it's bird shit on my TV.
Let's get this plugged in. That's plugged in. Let's some of my scissors out from where my lap is going to be.
Make sure your tape's all tucked nicely. This is very exciting. So I'm on a work bridge and I'm doing this at the same time. And my pizza's on the way. Oh, it's very exciting.
Okay, just getting this gasket just a little bit of a fine thing.
You getting it?
Yeah, it's it's now become a tight fit as it should. Some of the tape has kind of popped up as I've been manipulating it. No. How long is that thing to run for?
Actually,
Oh, that works. Come on now. Come on.
At this rate, we're just gonna need a long looping sound of the drums.
Seriously?
Doing the drum roll, and then we'll have a separate button for the cymbals that we can interrupt it with.
Yeah. Come on.
Eric says, Jordan cussing at the model in 3, 2. Get the F in there, you piece of.
Yep, right. There we go. It's 2 sides. Using a screwdriver to tuck along the outsides here. Todd, that created a perfect gasket. Holy crap.
What?
It's crazy. Tuck that in. Appreciate you guys hanging out while I'm doing some tedious work here. 3 sides. And just the front side that was closest to me. A little bit of help. Okay, stop moving. Oh man. It's like even going in like a gasket along the outside too. This is cool. Maybe even just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Oh, there it is. Now let's hope. I'm after them all sweaty. But grab the power. Plug it in. Oh no. Oh, it did
Great
it.
job.
So little bit. It's popping up. Oh, so I'm going to turn off. So now it's just a matter of getting this tucked down around the edges. But that worked beautifully. There it is. Holy crap.
That looks beautiful.
Dude. Might need to. The Enterprise itself seems to be sitting on the rod a little funny, sitting forward a little bit. I might need to prop it just a little bit. So what can I use?
It also might help to if you glue down the clear base underneath.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, where it is, it's coming from inside here. So the floppiness is coming from the top of the post because I lost the little insert that holds the rod in place.
Oh, okay. You could always epoxy the rod in place.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. So I'll take care of that off stream.
Yeah.
Or if
there it is.
If you end up wrapping that pipe in like electrical tape or some other kind of black tape or vinyl or something like that, it'll make the pipe bigger and might be a stiffer fit up inside the model and hold it better.
Yep. So what I did actually with the stock one is for that very reason, I forgot about that, is I took a little bit of those wire shrink wrap is what I wound up using for that. But
cool.
Yeah, I'll do something very similar to that. But holy crap, you guys, it worked. And it worked beautifully. Wow.
Even Jody said shrink tube.
Shrink tube? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. And the beautiful thing is, like, there is a little bit of light leak coming from the outside. But only because I need to get this set down in here a little bit more. This shouldn't take much. So I'm going to go ahead and
that was a very tight fit even before the tape.
Yep, it's very true.
Know if it needs to be sanded down a little bit at the edges or something.
Yeah, and I can mess with that later as we go fit. So I'm going to go ahead and just peel off this little protective layer on the outside. Go around there. Wow. Well, this turned out freaking amazing. A little bit of trial and error, obviously, we had to go through in order to figure out how to make all this work. It's good to know, too, though, that it's hard to hook the MOSFET up to an Arduino. So all things that, will help for future builds. And I know that I learned quite a bit just tonight, actually. Right? That'd be Matt Jeffries for you. Although what's funny is the Enterprise was originally designed to be upside down, but it was put up on Gene Roddenberry's desk upside down, and he decided, that looks a lot cooler than the other side, which is also a pretty cool fact. So, all right, I'm going to grab my last little piece of protective layering off the side here, and we'll take a look and see how this looks. Okay, done.
That sounds like a mod for Jody to do an upside down Enterprise. A TOS one.
You heard it here first. All right. There it is. Our base is on. The model is sitting a little funny. I'm going to just do something to prop it. It's driving me nuts right now. I'll go a piece of wire. Cut it in half here. Just pop it up in that little spot. There we go. Maybe. We're not. We're not going to do that. I don't want to mess with it. I'm done. I'm done modeling for the day. That's it. Over finito. Let's switch over to the side here. I don't know. Oh my God. For some reason or another, this camera over on OBS. I'm going to deactivate it real fast and then activate it. There we go. For whatever reason, it will zoom in when it's not even capable of zooming. So there is the Enterprise sitting on its base from the side. And I got to say, man, that looks really freaking cool. Just got to get this pressed down a little bit more around the outsides. But beyond that, there it is, you guys. Wow.
That is amazing.
Holy crap. Holy crap.
It's done.
It's done. This is so cool. It's just over and over and over again. Like, the Port Bussard collector is like, all right, we're trying to pulse and do our things, but you're not letting us do it, I swear. Well, there it is. The Enterprise C is complete. Let's turn off the overheads so it can blow out the camera. No, that's worse. So we'll turn those back on. And there it is. The Enterprise C is completed. The grand finale. We've reached it after 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is also a very hilarious Seattle style time figure here. So yeah, I think that's it. I got a little bit of cleanup work to do on this. Obviously need to get this secured into place so it sits a little bit more flat. As you can see, it's just kind of take my face off here. It is just sitting forward a little bit. I do want it to sit just back a little bit more. So I'll wrap it with the tape and do a little bit of adjustments. There seems to be a little light leak around from the outside. So a little bit of that here and there. I might pop it on the stream. But well, thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. Let's see here. And I can something about flipping over the top here. Could you seat or trim out the top where the light leak is with black chalk? Probably seal it up. Also, as well, like this is not quite set down in there properly. So when you see like over here, once it gets set down, there's some spots that have a little bit of a gap. I may pop this back out and do a couple things here and there just to see what I can do about getting it a little bit more cleaned up. And now that I understand how to do the tape as well, that's something that I can also do as well. But I think that's going to be enough for this stream tonight. I think Todd's got some food on the way and I'm getting kind of hungry. And maybe say hi to Kat and see how things are going. So thank you guys. Thanks to y'all for sticking around for so long. Thank you, Eric. I gotta say, for this model, I started it in January of 24, so last year. I started this model as a desperate fill-in for the Enterprise D when I didn't have enough parts through Fan Home back when I was like desperate to put out content every single day. And this model has gone onto the shelf. It's sat in the box. It has like just kind of stood the test of time as well, something that you could have finished, but did you finish on time? But here it is. We're all done. And I got to say with this base, Ken, thank you for the base. Todd, thank you for the inspiration for all of this and for all the help. For this to be done is super exciting to me. So
very well.
There it is.
I'm on a work call.
You're good. This is the culmination of a year's worth of work, and it is off of the bench. I am officially counting this model as done, and it's something that I can tinker around with and toy with when I'm on stream if I have nothing else to do. So there it is, you guys. Thank you so much. Likey. Yes, make sure you guys hit that like button. So for Jody and Eric and James, so thank you, James. That just popped in there. Appreciate that. Who else was here? Ken, you've been around. Dash was around. He was man, that's really sensitive. We get close there. And for Dash and who else? Well, I can see Don was here earlier. I think Steven was here for quite a while. Andrew, if you're still around. Or no, I think Andrew went off to bed for kids.
Donnie was here. Buck was
here. Yeah, there was at one point there was like 18 people watching, which kind of blows my mind. So there it is, my friends. It's done. So for both of you guys, Todd and Ken, thank you so much for popping into the background and producing for me. And Ken, thank you. Just every time I get close to this thing, thank you for the base. And Todd, thank you for all the time and the inspiration for all this. I really appreciate you guys. Otherwise, tomorrow we are going to have the Enterprise D video out. We're going to be tackling stages 61 and 62. And then on Sunday is going to be the first episode for me, and I think for Ken as well, for the HTM Buddy build of the Reliant. And then next week, I actually should have a full slate of content as I've managed to get a bunch of recording done. So you guys might actually see a little bit more of my channel over the next little bit, which would be good because it's dropped off a little bit, and it'd be good to get back into editing and doing some content. So there it is, you guys. The Enterprise C is complete. The title card is correct. We have reached the grand finale. So for you guys, thank you so much for producing. I know that there was a million things y'all could have done today. Instead, you spent 4.5 hours watching me finish a model, and I think that's pretty damn cool. You guys have any questions or comments, tips, tricks, please leave them down below. I also don't know the depths of that base. Andrew says it's 1 inch. There we go. 1 inch. There we go. If you guys have any questions or comments, tips, tricks, please leave them down below. Like to support my channel, please like and subscribe. And my friends, until we see each other again, I hope you all have a wonderful day in this beautiful world, wherever you happen to be. And just remember that this is the way. I think so. Good night, everybody.
Night.
All right. Now we go. Todd is on a work call, so I'm going to do one of these. And